Hi there! This is the Understudy, and today I am reading Freeing the Natural Voice by Kristin Linklater, Part 2. This I am doing for educational purposes, and this is an unedited version. Part 2. The Resonating Ladder. The next 6 to 8 weeks of work, developing, and strengthening. Workday 10. Developing and strengthening. Chest, mouth, teeth resonators. Finding resonance. Purple, blue, yellow. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. What is the resonating ladder? You have now, in theory at least, freed the breathing process and therewith the source of sound, and you freed the channel for sound through the relaxation of tensions in the jaw, the tongue, and the throat. In practice, you may have only become dimly aware of some of the components of your vocal apparatus, making occasional haphazard contact with them. In theory, you cannot go on to develop your voice safely until you have freed it. But in practice, you cannot wait for such a perfect process. So you will now proceed with the development and discover more liberation at the same time. The next stage of the work is based on the assumption that you can isolate resonating cavities throughout the body and increase the vibrations in those cavities. In physical fact, the exercises are perhaps diversionary and employ the mind in such a way that the muscles governing the vocal folds are strengthened and the folds themselves function more and more efficiently. As the mind becomes conscious of the 3 to 4 octaves of range available in the speaking voice and the endless variety of resonating quality within that range, the breathing musculature and vocal folds respond with a more subtlety and with more strength. We will be looking at the resonating system as if it were a kind of ladder. The resonators are a series of cavities going from big to broad at the base and gradually getting smaller and narrower toward the top, like a certain type of ladder. They may have different shapes as well as sizes, built in as they are to the skeleton. I shall use a clear set of working pictures as I can. Imagination, emotion, analogy, absurdity, or fact, to make tangible the complex coordination of the involuntary nervous system with the highly sophisticated acoustal mechanism. Each part of the voice has its own resonating rung on the ladder, and the ladder is the body from the chest to the mouth, teeth, sinuses, nose, and skull. In the following exercises, you will be directing your voice to move up and down the resonating ladder until every part of it is available, familiar, and safe. Weak rungs can be strengthened, and gaps in the ladder can be filled in ways that are palpable. Your vocal range of 3 to 4 octaves can be mapped clearly, and your use of it become physically familiar through regular travel. We will begin to work with 2 large resonating cavities, the chest and the mouth. But before working with sound, it is necessary to do some physical preparation exercises. Step 1. Lengthen the front of your neck so your head is back as in the front throat freeing exercise. Picture the resulting wide channel down into your chest. Imagine it broadening out into the rib cage as though into a great hollow cave. Focus clearly on the back of your neck and be sure not to use any jaw muscle strength. Do not tighten your stomach muscle as you tighten the top 7 vertebrae that compromise your neck until your head floats on the top of the topmost vertebrae. Notice that the channel has changed its shape but has not closed. Drop your head forward without letting your mouth close. Notice that the channel has again changed its shape but that it need not close, although the opening in this position is narrow. Bring the top 7 vertebrae of the neck back and into alignment with the rest of the spine, the head floating on top. Leave the jaw muscles loose enough for the jaw to drop slightly as the head comes up. With the space between the teeth is a little wider than it was when the head was forward. Lengthen the front of your neck, leaving the bottom jaw behind so that the wide channel, the chasm, through the throat to the chest appears again. The primary action here is to shift all the responsibility for moving the head into the top 7 vertebrae of the spine, the back of the neck. The byproduct of this action as the neck moves from front to back is that the shape of the channel automatically changes as the relationship between the skull and jaw changes. This spontaneous response depends on complete freedom in the jaw hinges, and as it is possible that there is still some tension there, you may, for the time being, consciously have to drop your jaw when you bring your neck up from the forward position over to the back. Practice step 1 until you feel you have made strong contact with the back of the neck and that you can move it through the 3 positions without any tightening in the stomach muscles. Put your hand on your stomach and insist that your breathing continue in a natural, easy rhythm as your head and neck go back, up, and forward. Remember the great chasm that opens as the neck goes back and never quite closes in the other positions. Step 2. With your neck and head back, as in step 2 of the throat exercises, find a warm pool of vibrations deep down at the bottom of the chasm, and with a lazy released sigh, warm the chest on ha. Let it be a low, very relaxed, warm sound. Make sure it is all vibration, not breathy at all. Put your hands on your chest and register the vibrations of that sound through your chest. Repeat the sound 3 times. Long and slow. Then repeat the sound 5 times, long and slow. Then repeat the sounds 5 times a little faster and more conversationally. Bring the back of the neck up, head floating on top. Know that the shape of the channel has changed but not closed, and allow the sound to flow into your mouth cavity on ha. Let the speaking pitch arise a little, and you will find the sound that awakens a strong sensation of vibrations all through the roof of the mouth. Repeat the sounds until you find resonating feedback from the bony mouth cavity. Then, lengthen the neck back again, this time as though you are removing the bony mouth box resonator from the picture, leaving yourself only with the lower throat and chest resonators. Found a low sound on ha that rumbles around in the chest cavities. Indulge and wallow in the sound. Go as low as you can without pushing down in the throat in any way. Beat your chest with your fists to shake it up and awaken more vibrations. Bring the neck up again, picturing the mouth box resonator restored as the head floats up. Find a sound and a pitch that would awaken the optimum resonating feedback from the bony walls of the mouth box. Go from mouth resonator, neck straight, to chest resonator, neck back, and back again several times. Ha 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 ha. Neck back, ha 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 ha. Neck up, ha ha ha. Neck back, ha ha ha. Observe the change of the speaking pitch and completely different quality of resonance in each cavity. Go from the chest resonator to the mouth resonator, and then drop the neck forward. The channel is now very narrow, and sound falling forward through it will arrive on the front teeth, shaped by this channel into he. Feel the vibrations on the front teeth and find the speaking which, slightly higher than the mouth pitch, that awakens the clearest resonating feedback from the teeth. Now, move the head from the front to the top to the back, using only the back of the neck to move it. Allow the shape of the resonating channel to change spontaneously as possible in response to the changing relationship of the skull and jaw, and release a flow of vibrations from deep in the body that focus on the front teeth, the mouth, and the chest according to the altering shape of the channel. He, front teeth vibrations, neck forward. Ha ha ha. Mouth vibrations, neck straight. Ha ha ha. Chest vibrations, neck back. Ha ha ha. Low pitch, chest resonance. Ha ha ha. Middle pitch, mouth resonance. He. Slightly higher front teeth resonance. He. Front teeth vibrations, neck forward. Ha ha ha. Mouth vibrations, neck straight. Ha ha ha. Chest vibrations, neck back. There is a fine distinction in this exercise between placing the sound in the different resonators and letting it happen in them as a result of casual conditions. To begin with, you will certainly have to think ha, he, and think about changing the pitch from lower to higher. Try, however, to explore this exercise in terms of the let it happen concept. While it may not hold true yet, because of residual tensions, letting, not making, should be the continually borne in mind. Step 3. In pursuit of letting it happen, go through the whole sequence of resonator awareness without sound, whispering. Sound implies vibrations or sound waves. Whispering is soundless, just breath. With your neck and head back, picture the breath sighing from the pelvic floor into the chest, warming it gently. Lengthening the neck and head up to bring the mouth resonators into focus, feel the warm breath brushing the roof of your mouth into a whispered with your head dropped forward, sigh the breath from the pelvic floor through the front teeth in a whispered Repeat, moving from teeth to mouth to chest. When you whisper, listen for the natural changes that occur in vowel and pitch according to the position of the head and neck. First, observe that when your head is back and your throat wide open, the only sound that can happen without your changing the shape and without moving an extra muscle is ah. The shape dictates the vowel, and the vowel is the byproduct of the shape. When your neck straightens, the head comes up and the jaw swings into their medium position. If the tongue is completely relaxed, the only sound that can happen without changing the shape of the channel and without moving an extra muscle is huh. This is sometimes difficult to experience because of lurking tension in the back of the tongue that secretly distorts the shape. When you drop your head forward and the channel narrows, if the tongue is relaxed so that it falls forward but does not block the opening, the only sound that can happen without changing the shape or moving a muscle is he. With a heightened awareness of the condition of the channel in 3 positions, go through them once more with one long sigh of breath only, no sound, from deep inside. You should hear the whispered "I" as the breath is automatically molded on its way through the changing channel. Do not linger over this point if you do not get a completely satisfactory result. What I have described depends on totally free breathing and a totally free jaw, tongue, and throat. The second observation of the let it happen concept is that pitch within the exercise will also change spontaneously as the structure changes its shape. Larger spaces create a lower frequency of vibrations than smaller ones. Eventually, all you need to do is provide a steady supply of vibrations from the impulse source, and as the head and neck move through the 3 main positions, those vibrations will automatically rise from lower to higher because the cavity gets smaller. This concept, however, is a refinement, and for the time being, it is enough to awaken the voice to 3 major resonating areas using whatever is necessary to experience some of the different qualities of vibration resounding from different surfaces. Step 4. In order to provide a stimulus for the breathing centers, which may be suffering from neglect as the attention moves elsewhere, try the whole sequence again with a new image behind it. Neck back and head back, throat wide. This time, imagine the throat as an old-fashioned chimney widening down into the chest. The chest chimney widens down on the fireplace that glows on the pelvic floor. In the big, old-fashioned fireplace, there is a large fire. Picture yourself sitting in a comfortable armchair beside the fire, feeling relaxed and warm. Let the warmth of the fire and your feeling of contentment release on a deep, warm "ha" up and into the chest chimney. Keep in touch with your fire. Bring the neck and head up. The chimney changes its shape but does not close. Let the warmth of the fire rise to warm the roof of the mouth on ha. Drop your head and neck forward. Keep in touch with the fire feeling. Let the warmth and vibrations stream onto your front teeth. He. The heat is more focused and sharper in this position. Head up. Ha ha ha. a warm spot focused on the roof of the mouth. Head back, relax down by the fire. Let the warmth spread all through your torso. Ha. Step 5. Repeat the exercise with a different image. This time, imagine you have a store of paint in your breathing area, perhaps spray cans of paint with buttons in the diaphragm. With your head back, chest resonance, paint a great swatch of purple on the ceiling. Ha! With your head up, mouth resonance, paint a large blob of royal blue on the opposite wall. Ha! Then 3 blobs. Ha ha ha! With your head forward, teeth resonance, paint a thin line of bright yellow on the floor with your middle. Hee. Reverse the process, going from yellow to blue to purple. Keep the paint coming from your middle. See the colors arrive where you aim them. Notice the resonators as a byproduct of your game. Other images you can play with: sound coming up from under the earth to reverberate through the chest resonators, then turning into honey coating the roof of the mouth from the mouth resonator, then turning into clean and refreshing toothpaste for your front teeth resonance. The inside of the torso is like a mine shaft. It is a gold mine, and there is rich, glistering gold at the bottom of the mine that is all yours. Your pleasure reverberates in your chest on ha. When your neck comes up and your mouth resonator is restored, you use some of the gold to buy a Fabergé egg, which you hold in your egg-shaped mouth, glittering with emeralds and diamonds that sparkle with ha. Head and neck forward. You become a pirate with a sharp cut glass between his teeth, coming to steal the Fabergé egg. He expresses with gleeful intent, "Hee hee hee hee." You return safely to the guarded treasures sparkling in the roof of your mouth with ha, and then go back down to the bottom of your gold mine to revel in your plenteous riches with ha. It is worth spending a great deal of time with these basic resonance exercises. First, get familiar with the concept and the general picture, then develop variations of your own within the concept. You may experience different energy or emotional content in each area, particularly when you are playing with colors. There are intrinsically different energies that come from changes of pitch. It is a sign of increased organic awareness when you begin to apprehend the connection among energy, imagination, and resonating response. Embark upon an exploration of emotion, mood, color, and resonance, and you will enrich your vocal palette, broadening and revitalizing your expressive scope. Step 6. When you have become thoroughly familiar with the resonating jumps from the chest to mouth to teeth, you can begin to fill in the resonating ladder rung by rung with ascending and descending pitches. Include the picture of the resonating ladder and think of the sounds walking up through your chest and throat, rung by rung, over the soft palate into the roof of the mouth, up over the gum ridge, and onto the front teeth. The neck and head are coming up and dropping forward. Reverse the procedure. Let the voice travel up and down in pitch in even intervals, each interval finding its appropriate resonating rung. This should be explored in speaking inflections, not singing ones. Practice this isolation of resonating cavities develops parts of the vocal range that might otherwise lie dormant. In natural speaking, such isolated response is rare and will occur only in the case of a locked emotional state or extreme tension. Normally, we blend vibrations from several resonating areas, constantly changing the proportions of higher and lower overtones according to the changing intensity of what we think and feel. Step 7. In this step, the aim is to blend the resonators as you free your voice on the call. Be aware, as you call, of the blend of vibrations from chest, mouth, and front teeth. It is a blend of colors to a rainbow. Let the impulse to call originate in the breathing centers. Let the objective be free to free yourself. Let the sound is a long, easy, unforced hey. Relax the jaw, the tongue, and the throat completely, and let the call spring from the energy center of the solar plexus and diaphragm as you free yourself on a long hey. Let it gather vibrations from all available resonating surfaces in the chest, throat, soft palate, roof of mouth, and teeth, on its way out of your body to the far distance. With the next long call, paint a rainbow across the space. Practice 1 week. Workday 11. Releasing the voice from the body. Calling, triads, the rainbow. Prepare to work for 1 hour or more. Most of the emphasis in the preceding exercises has been on the physical awareness that permits specific routing of impulses from the mind to stimulate new areas of physical response and to deactivate old habitual responses. As you focus on such specific consciousness, you may have to work difficult feeling free at the same time. Yet that is the overall aim of this work, to liberate the natural voice and yourself with it. This next session of work offers some very easy, general ways of releasing the voice from the body with more emphasis on what you are doing, on what you are releasing than how you are doing it. The only image to create and recreate is that of sound emanating from the depth of the body. Step 1. Set up a simple scenario in your mind's eye. For example, you are standing on the sidewalk of a busy street and you see someone you know on the other side whose attention you wish to catch. Or you look through a window and across a garden and are surprised to see someone you know there. Put your mind's eye down into the solar plexus region. In response to either scene, you call out a "hey" to your friend. Notice the blend of resonances from chest, mouth, and teeth. Think, feel, and imagine the scene in clearly defined steps. For example, you look out of the window to see what the weather is like. You see your friend, a specific person, and one that you like. What you see fills you with the need to call to them. The need draws breath down into your solar plexus pelvic regions. You release the need in a call. You relax, breathe, and wait for a response. Throughout the scene, your body is acted on, first by the outside stimulus, then by the desire to communicate. There should therefore be no need to push or strain in order to call. Practice feeding the desire to call down into the feeling imagining centers and releasing that desire through a free channel that picks up vibrations from your chest, mouth, and teeth. Step 2. Remove the image of calling to someone. Easily sigh along, "hey," out from the breathing centers. The impetus originates deep in the pelvic floor and engages the diaphragm in its easy swoop upward through the ribcage. Let the vibrations be suffused with the colors of the rainbow. Perhaps the image of Iris, the messenger of the gods, can inspire you. Here, now, are 7 ways of freeing your body from tension as you call or speak. 1. As you release your voice on "hey," gently bounce your shoulders blades up and down, bouncing the rainbow-colored sound freely through your upper body as it flows out. Then bounce your knees so that your whole body bounces loosely on "hey." Let your knees bend loosely and restore your balance in an easy, bouncy movement. Let your arms be loose, shoulders loose, stomach muscles loose, head loose, jaw loose, and as you bounce loose, long sound out from your body. See how the colors move and change. Imagine that there are springs under the soles of your feet and that the rest of your body is like a loose, jointed rag doll. Release the "hey" from deep inside and bounce on the springs all over the room. Your body flapping everywhere and sound and color flying out of you quite uncontrolled. Don't preserve the sound at all. Let it be utterly influenced by the shaking out of your body. Don't let the vibrations or the colors get stuck anywhere in your body. 4. Stand still. Call "haze" from the pelvic diaphragm centers and slowly drop down through your spine until you are hanging head down, with the haze dropping out through the top of your loosely hanging head in response to gravity. Let your breath replace easily, and then slowly come up the spine calling "hey." Let there be a new breath whenever you need it. When you reach the top, decide to abandon yourself in a long, releasing, pleasurable hey. Swing your upper torso from side to side as you call. Reintroduce the images of color if ever the sound seems forced or mechanical. 5. Lie on your back on the floor. Go through your body to relax all tensions and then call hey from the middle of your body to the ceiling. Check it that your throat and jaw are relaxed. Roll over on your stomach. Put your forehead on your hands so that your face is forward toward the floor. Sigh with relief several times deep into your body. Notice that in this position, your spine lengthens toward the feet as your breath goes in and shortens as the breath goes out. The small of your back lifts on an incoming breath and drops out on an outgoing breath. With this awareness, call hey from the prone position. Roll loosely from lying on your stomach to lying on your back, to your stomach, to your back, while letting loose, easy open sounds release from your body. Hey and ha. Let your whole body be sloppy. Be sure that you are not holding tension in your jaw, neck, or throat. Don't protect or preserve sound in any way. Each time your body falls heavily onto your stomach or heavily onto your back, the sound should be bumped out by the impact. Find a way to do this out of doors, rolling down a grassy hill. Commentary. You may try many of the voice exercises lying face down on the floor. It is a position that immediately reveals any unnecessary head movements and that imply tension in the back of the neck or jaw. The sounds can be pictured falling forward and out of your mouth in response to gravity. Remember this graphic forward energy when you are standing upright. Also, once you get the feeling of breath affecting your lower spine, you are less likely to slip back into shallow breathing without noticing. You can use any of these physical loosenings to advantage while speaking a speech or poem. Choose something you know well. Let your attention focus 100% on the thoughts and feelings of what you are saying, but rid yourself of any physical tension by shaking out your body in one of the 7 ways suggested. You will have to sacrifice many of the external results you might have previously established for a particular piece. All your reflections will be shaken out, all your external controls removed. Take advantage of this. Be concerned only with the inner content and let that come from you in new ways that you had not planned. You may be surprised to find new meanings and feelings that come to you as your body is freed from habitual thought patterns and emotional ruts. Extending the flexibility of your range from chest to mouth to teeth. I hope that by now you are taking great interest in the experience of voice as a product of impulse, breath, and resonance. I hope that you are exploring your investment in casual impulses of thought, images, and feelings, with your voice coming into action as a result of your desire to speak. I hope that you are experiencing some freedom from unnecessary effort in the stomach muscles and throat. At the very least, I hope that your awareness of these possibilities has increased. I'd like you now to draw more satisfaction from the chest, mouth, and teeth resonators with some sounds that can develop variety and flexibility in your speaking voice. These sounds will look as if they are to be sung. They are not. They are to be sighed. You will be sighing triads going up in your range and then down. The vowel is hey. The hey vowel comes naturally more to the front of the mouth than huh. It is an extrovert sound. Start standing up while being aware of your chest, mouth, and teeth resonators, feeding a sigh of relief deep into the feeling centers and feeding out relief on vibrations that flow through the pitches illustrated. Hey, 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 hey. Commit yourself to the sigh. Picture the bony resonating cavities. Leave your jaw, tongue, and throat completely relaxed. As the notes go higher, keep your mind down in the lower part of your body. Picture the sounds sighing out on a horizontal path from your mouth. Don't let the picture of the sounds go up and down vertically with the notes. As you continue, Go through the releasing movements and the positions described in step 2 and in the floor work you have done. Bounce your shoulders. Bounce your knees. Put springs in your feet, jumping like a loose jointed ragdoll. Drop your spine down on the triads, letting them drop out through your head and through your head to gravity. Lie on the floor. Side the triads through the diagonal stretches. Bounce them from the pelvis. Shake them out of the hip sockets with your hands on one knee and then the other. Flop over onto your belly and sigh them down to gravity. Sigh them out through the banana stretch and the semi-fetal positions. Sigh them through your spine in the folded leaf position. Sigh them through your arching spine on all fours. Come to hanging head downward and sigh them again. Take 4 or 5 triads to come up your spine. Shake out. Practice. Combine with the previous exercises daily. Intermission workout. At this stage of working on yourself through work on your voice, you should be able to plan a 20 to 30 minute run through of the exercises to be done regularly before learning new ones, before any rehearsal of a play or scene, before acting class, or before an actual performance. You have accumulated the contents of a vocal warm-up, partial as yet, but effective. I would remind you that these movements and sounds are designed to help recondition your whole way of communicating. Such reconditioning takes time and constant reprogramming before it sticks and the communicating process forms reliable new habits. Old habits and daily tensions fight hard to be retained, so these exercises are for daily use in the life of a working actor. Here is the outline of a suggested warm-up. All the exercises have been described in detail in the previous pages. Workout, 30 minutes. Warm-up, stretch and drop down the spine. Build up, roll the neck and the head. With your hands, loosen your jaw. Stretch and relax the tongue. Limber the soft palate. Yawn and stretch all over. Roll the head again. Drop down the spine and build up again. This should take approximately 4 minutes. Breathing. Stand with an awareness of alignment and balance. Close your eyes and be aware of your skeleton. Turn your attention inward and be aware of your workday rhythm and breathing. Allow your breath to release on small. Stay with this awareness until the involuntary rhythm takes over. This should take approximately 1 minute. Touch of sound. Central awareness on vibrations on ha ha. Pitches going down, then up. They should take approximately 1 minute. Vibrations. Lip vibrations. Hum. Move your lips around on the vibrations. Blow out through your lips. Stretch your lips sideways with your fingers in the corners. Let them go. Blow out through your lips on sound. Repeat. Hum. Repeat several times, going down 1 tone at a time on pitch. Then go up. This should take approximately 3 minutes. Head vibrations. Roll your neck and head on a hum. Alternate directions, changing pitches 6 or 7 times. Body vibrations. Drop your spine down on a hum. Come up and release the sound at the top. Repeat several times on descending and ascending pitches. Bounce your knees as you release it at the top. Bounce your shoulder blades as you release at the top. Hum. Speak it. Go down on all fours and send the hum into your spine on the hum train several times. Come up again through your spine. Hum. Speak it. This should take approximately 6 minutes. Tongue. With the tip of the tongue behind your bottom teeth, stretch and relax your tongue several times. Sigh vibrations from deep down and loosen tongue. Ha-la-la-la. Sigh out from deep down and roll the sound into your teeth as the tongue goes down and goes forward and back. Repeat on ascending and descending pitches. Repeat it hanging head down and relaxing onto the floor. Stretch and relax your tongue in the diagonal stretch. Lie on your back with one knee up, hands clasped over it, and shake your tongue from the top of the thigh bone as you shake the knee toward your chest. Alternate knees. Roll into a semi-fetal position. Loosen your tongue. Roll over the folded leaf position and sigh the sound into your top teeth with your tongue rolling forward. Tuck your toes into the floor, send your tailbone up to the ceiling, and come up your spine. This should take approximately 5 minutes. Soft palate. Breathe in and out on whispered ka, ka, stretching the soft palate into a yawn. Stretch while the ingoing breath goes down to the pelvic floor. Breathe in on the whispered ka. Sigh out over the stretched soft palate on ascending and descending pitches. Stretch your tongue forward and call back 3 times on one sigh. Call on high. This should take approximately 90 seconds. Throat. Lengthen the front of your neck back to free your throat and find a connection with your deep impulse centers. This should take approximately 30 seconds. Resonators. Experience chest, mouth, and teeth vibrations with, respectively, head back, neck straight, head up, head forward, Reverse the process, then alternate it from front to back and vice versa. Repeat with colors and/or imagined scenes. This should take approximately 2 minutes. Freeing. Call to free yourself. Hey! Shake the hey out, bouncing the shoulders, the knees, the whole body, jumping. Roll your head around, calling. Drop your spine, calling. This should take approximately 1 minute. Relax on the floor. Side triads out from all of the floor positions we have explored. They should take approximately 5 minutes. Stay on the floor and speak a text in any or all of the other floor positions. Come up to standing, walk about, speak your text. Commentary. Here, under an umbrella heading, is a simple summary of the work you have done thus far. Physical awareness, centered on the spine. Awareness of natural breathing, small and the sigh. The touch of sound, Freeing the vibrations, lips, head, body. Freeing the channel, jaw, tongue, soft palate. Developing and strengthening the voice, chest, mouth, teeth, resonators, calling, triads. There are a variety of exercises under these broad headings. The floor work involved helps to lead the mind deep down into the body in search of the free source of free, uninhibited impulses for breath, emotion, and voice. Each stage of the progression of exercises is designed to release the energy of the voice organically, to arrive at an experience of letting the sound happen rather than making it happen. In the last series of exercises, before the intermission, calling and sighing triads began to make greater demands upon the breathing musculature. The impulses for calling are organically stronger than the impulses engendered in the earlier freeing experiences. The triads constitute longer sentences, needing more breath. In a logical progression of work to develop resonance, strength, and range, we should now proceed to the next rung of the resonating ladder, the sinus, nasal, and skull resonators. However, these higher, more extrovert resonators make an increasing demand on the breathing muscles. You are going to need more breathing power to carry out the next part of the journey. You are going to need both increased breathing capacity and stronger, more flexible breathing muscles. We set off the resonating ladder to renew our interest in the breathing process. Work days 12 and 13. Breathing power, diaphragm, intercostals, pelvic floor, breathing gym. sensitivity and power, enlivening and strengthening impulses, free weights. Prepare to work for 2 hours or more. Earlier, I referred to the respective responsibilities of the 3 large constituents of the breathing musculature. Here again is a useful, much simplified breakdown of their functions and interdependence. The diaphragm muscles is the primary breathing muscle, the home of the solar plexus, and the main receiving and transmitting center for emotional impulses. The inner abdominal muscles and the crura connect the diaphragm to the sacrum and the pelvic floor. They are responsive to primal energies and instinctive impulse. The intercostal muscles are responsible for capacity and are responsive to greater demand from the solar plexus and the sacral energies. Up to this point, the emphasis has been replaced on the diaphragm as the key muscle in breathing. There is no convenient space underneath the diaphragm so that when you breathe in, the diaphragm descends, and the stomach is pushed down and the intestines are moved around to make room. Consequently, the stomach area must stay relaxed so as not to inhibit the ingoing breath. It is useful to imagine the breath going down into the belly so that the 2 mental processes can become one. Although the direct effect of this imaginary device is to relax the inhibitory contractions in the lower abdomen, it indirectly stimulates the inner abdominal breathing musculature, which, attached from the 4th lumbar vertebrae both to the pelvic floor and the diaphragm, pulls the latter down, flattening it as part of the process that draws air into the lungs. I have laid heavy emphasis on relaxation in the realm of breathing. It takes so long for such deep relaxation to become familiar, for organic awareness to develop as a result, that it is wise to postpone work that increases breathing capacity and strengthens the breathing musculature until it can be done with awareness and sensitivity that ensure the connection of breath with inner energy impulse, whatever the demand. Larger breath capacity and more powerful breathing muscles should imply larger emotional capacity and a more powerful desire to communicate. Otherwise, there will be sound and fury signifying nothing. Large lung capacity per se is almost irrelevant to the problem of whether a breath lasts through a sentence. For instance, the capacity developed in underwater swimming does not serve the needs of a dramatic event that demands a big and perhaps emotionally long-winded speech. Any attempt to sustain breath by holding it or preserving it sets up tension that defeats the objective. This is why the old-fashioned exercises in rib reserve are so counterproductive. This area of breathing asks the speaker to take in breath and then hold it with expanded rib muscles while the diaphragm expels air until the ribs have to release their reserve of breath. The effort involved in holding the ribs open in order to maintain a reserve tank of air creates tension that contracts the natural capacity. The intercostal breathing muscles expand and contract in the involuntary rhythm of natural breathing. If they are interfered with and asked to perform an unnatural task such as holding the rib cage open, there is severe dislocation in the deep instinctual connection between the emotion and breath. If you are tensed and holding muscularly, you are tensed and holding mentally. Elasticity in the breathing muscles is essential to mental agility, and strength must not be acquired at the expense of subtlety. Strength, however, must be acquired in order to deal with larger expression. By extending your awareness of mind-body unity, you can explore the expansion of your breathing capabilities in the interest of greater expression, not just greater noise. There are 3 sets of breathing muscles that make up the whole apparatus: diaphragmatic, inner abdominal, and intercostal. The costae are the ribs, and intercostal are the muscles between the rib bones. And it is to these that we will now apply the stretching and relaxing process. First to make them elastic and flexible, then to make them longer so that they create a larger cavity inside so that the lungs can expand farther. Increased breath capacity will be the aim. It is important that you are now capable of sending specific messages to stimulate activity in the rib muscles isolated from the stomach muscles. Work on one part of the breathing apparatus can have an unnoticed negative effect on another, so that the gain in one area is offset by loss in the other. You may, in the previous exercises that paid total attention to the diaphragm and the inner abdominal breathing, have allowed the ribs to give in to the nether regions. You may even become quite sunken in the chest as you focus more and more on the satisfactory depth of the lower belly and pelvis. Without losing that deep access, it is now time to add upper expansion. One of the duties of the intercostal muscles is to lift the sheer weight of the rib bones off the lungs without losing mobility. Imagine for the moment the weight of bone in the 24 ribs that make up the rib cage, and imagine that weight lying on two sponges. The lungs are roughly in the state of the two sponges when the intercostals are not doing their job. The upper part of the spine is, of course, the most vital element in supporting the rib cage. The intercostal support is secondary. If the section of the spine that runs up between the shoulder blades is weak, the posture of the rib cage will demonstrate one of two results. Either the upper chest will hollow and the lower ribs will disappear as the spine drops, or the rib muscles will take over the job of supporting the chest. The latter response employs the strength of the intercostals to such a degree that there is nothing left with which to move the lungs. In order to develop the most effective division of labor between diaphragm, inner abdominals, and intercostals, we must first redress the balance of attention hitherto placed solely on the first two areas of the breathing musculature by now focusing exclusively on the ribs. You will pretend for a little while that your intercostal muscles are your only means of respiration. The easiest way to begin is this exclusive relationship with your ribs is on the floor. Step 1. Lie on your right side, curled up in the semi-fetal position. Put your left hand on the left-hand side of your rib cage, thumb on the back, fingers to the front of your lower ribs, elbow pointing up to the ceiling. Introduce this very precise imaginary picture. Your only lung space is in the left-hand side of your ribs under your left hand. You cannot breathe into your stomach area, your lower belly, your upper chest, or the right side of your rib cage. Feel a sigh without sound into the left side of your ribs. Feed a sigh without sound into the left side of your ribs. Feel the left ribs rising up toward the ceiling. Then release the sigh out of you and feel the ribs suddenly drop toward the floor. Imagine there is nothing underneath your ribs so that your bones fall clattering to the floor. As you feed in the next sigh, still on breath only, no sound, ask the ribs to go half an inch higher toward the ceiling before they again drop suddenly toward the floor. Don't hurry on to the next sigh. Wait until you can organically induce a new thought and feel an impulse of relief. With each new sigh impulse, ask the ribs to move another half inch toward the ceiling before dropping. After 4 or 5 sighs, when you think you have gone up as far as possibly can, ask your ribs to go at least another 1/4 inch with one more sigh. Roll onto your back and rest with your knees up and your feet flat on the floor. Check out the sensation in the left-hand side of your ribs as contrasted with the right-hand side. Undoubtedly, you will feel a considerable difference: shape, mass, density, openness. Register the difference. Now roll onto your left side in the semi-fetal position. Put your right hand on the right-hand side of your rib cage and repeat the exercise slowly, with careful attention to the detailed messages in the detailed picture. Roll onto your back. Notice the enhanced spaces inside your ribs. Roll again onto your right side with your left hand on the left side of your rib cage. This time, as you sigh exclusively into the left side rib space, let the outgoing sigh fall on the sound. Ha. Imagine that the vibrations of sound are living under your left ribs and that as they drop suddenly toward the floor, the ribs fall onto the vibrations, bumping them out of you. Repeat the sighs, the ribs going a little higher each time. Now let the ribs drop onto a triad. Hey, 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 hey. Sigh, don't sing. Let your ribs drop, as if clattering to the floor, without any sense of sustaining your breath. Imagine that the triad lives under your side ribs. You should find that although you apparently let all of your breath drop out at once, there is enough left for the triad. The rib drop helps you release mentally, and therefore there is ample breath for this relatively short sentence. Repeat on your left side in the semi-fetal position with your attention exclusively on the right side of your rib cage. Sigh, let your ribs drop, and drop into a triad. Now, roll over onto your belly, forehead on your hands or arms so that your face is toward the floor, and, without sound, feed a deep thought-feeling impulse for a sigh of relief down into your lower back and then out into your side ribs. Let the sigh fall out from the impulse center without restraint. This becomes a really huge sigh of relief because you have added the extra dimension of your ribs. You feel your belly going down toward the floor as the breath enters, and you should be able to get a very clear picture of the response movements in your diaphragm, your lower back and pelvis, and then a split second later open your side ribs to add even more space for the feeling of relief and the accompanying breath. The outgoing breath obeys the impulse to escape, registered fleetingly in the solar plexus center and perhaps the sacral region, and flies out. Now roll onto your back, knees up, feet flat on the floor, and feed a deep thought-feeling impulse for a sigh of relief without sound into your pelvic floor, your back, and your side ribs, picturing clearly all the spaces available and then triggering the release impulse in the diaphragm. Because you now have so much space for breath and so much more breath available, you can now double the length of the sentence that you create. Feed in the thought-filling sigh impulse for 2 triads that release on one outgoing breath, still on hey. Hey, 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 something like that. Do not try to make the breath last. Feed in the sigh thought to the belly, the back, and the side ribs and freely release it from the diaphragm center. You should want to expend all of your relief on the 2 triads. Be generous. Be spendthrift. Don't hold back. Keep the picture of the diaphragm clear as it billows through the rib cage. Continuing with a double triad, loosely roll over into the folded leaf. Keep picturing your belly, back, side ribs. Roll yourself up onto all fours. Feed in the sigh to your belly, back, side ribs as you round the spine toward the sky, and then sigh the double triad out the spine as you arch it down toward the ground. Be sure to initiate the movement and the sound from your tailbone. Repeat several times. Move into a squat and then float your tailbone up until you're hanging head downward. Keep picturing belly, back, side ribs for the ingoing breath impulse and slowly build your spine, up your spine. Take at least 3 double triads to come up. Keep feeding in the picture and walk around the room sighing out the double triads. Stand still. Call out along, hey, hey, hey. Rib awareness standing. As you proceed slowly through the following exercises, bear in mind that the layer of intercostal muscles that directly activates the spongy lungs, called the subcostal muscles, is on the inside walls of the rib cage. This layer demands powerful mental pictures in order to stimulate powerfully subtle movements. It is only through the imagination that you can exercise the involuntary musculature deliberately. Remember also your response to the ingoing breath in your lower back when you were lying on your belly on the ground. Accurately picture the lungs and the shape of the rib cage. The lungs go down slightly lower in your back than they do in the front of your body. The dome of the diaphragm is asymmetrical, sloping down farther at the back than the front. The front of the diaphragm is connected to the front ribs and the inside of the abdominal wall, while the back of the diaphragm connects to the lower back ribs and the spine. There is more capacity for breath inside the back ribs, though there is greater potential for expansion in the lower front ribs. You need it all. You need to monitor the tendency that the side ribs have for taking over too much responsibility in the breathing process. They pump very efficiently, but often at the expense of the sensitivity of the delicate diaphragm-solar plexus connection. In the interest of capacity, here is the next exploration of how to encourage the ribs to open in response to greater demand. Step 2. Rib stretching. Standing, feel the edges of your rib cage from the collarbone to the descending breastbone to the bottom of the front ribs and around the spine. Dig your fingers firmly enough into the bottom of the back ribs to leave a clear impression as to their location. Imagine that there are two short, strong pieces of elastic that attach your lower back ribs to each elbow point. Lift the elbows a little, straight up and out from the sides, and feel the ribs respond to the imagined elastic pulse. Make sure that the shoulders do not lift at all and the upper spine is straight. Do not bend forward. Establish a powerful mental connection between the elbows and the lower back ribs. Let the elbow drop. Lift the elbow up from your sides again. This time, moving them until they are level with your shoulders. This should have the effect of pulling your back and side ribs well up and out to the sides, away from the spine, so that the entire back of the rib cage gets stretched and opened. Now move your elbows forward about 3 inches. The elastic will pull your back ribs out away from your spine even more. Bring your elbows back, allowing the back intercostals to relax a little. Move your elbows forward to stretch the back intercostals. Bring them back to relax the intercostals. Lower your elbows to your sides and let the back intercostals relax completely. Now apply the same process to the front of the rib cage to stretch and relax the front intercostal muscles. Imagine strong, short elastics attached from your elbows to the bottom of the front of your rib cage. Float your elbows up to shoulder height, pulling the bottom of the rib cage out to the sides and away from the breastbone, with emphasis now on the front ribs. Move your elbows back a little to stretch the front of the rib cage more. Bring the elbows forward again to relax the intercostals. Stretch, relax. Lower your arms down to your sides, letting the front intercostals relax totally. Your mental picture should be of the actual rib bones moving apart from each other in the stretch. The muscle between the bones being stimulated into the stretch by the imaginary elastic connection. Be careful not to lean forward or arch back or pull the elbows too far. It is quite easy to do a superficial stretch that merely engages the big external back and chest muscles, the latissimus dorsi, and the pectorals. Float your elbows up to shoulder height. Move them forward, pulling the back of the rib cage wide open. Keeping the back of the rib cage as it is, move the elbows back a little, pulling the front of the rib cage open. You should now have a rather uncomfortably expanded barrel chest. Wiggle the whole of the rib cage up and even wider until you can picture it as a big opened golf umbrella. Keeping the rib cage where it is, lower your arms and relax your shoulders. You should still be in a grotesque position with your ribs overexpanded, high and stretched, making it hard to breathe. Now, release the lower front ribs enough to allow you to breathe easily, but keep the spine long and don't let your back ribs collapse. Then, let the whole rib cage collapse as though you were dropping your rib bones into your stomach. Repeat the whole sequence without the final collapse. There may be a tendency to pull forward and up in the shoulders that must be vigorously counteracted by increasing the focus of the mind on the lower part of the rib cage. The shoulders should stay relaxed throughout. The stretch runs from the bottom of the rib cage, up the sides, and along the underside of the upper arms to the elbows. A lateral stretch. Make sure you do not arch the small of your back as you stretch the front intercostals. A good check on this is to keep your knees a little bent and your tailbone dropped. Locked knees and an overarched lower spine nearly always go together. If you can stretch and relax the intercostal muscles without breathing in as you stretch and out as you relax, so much the better. Try counting out on one long outgoing breath while you stretch and relax the back and front intercostals. This will counteract the tendency to breathe in as you open the rib cage, back or front, and breathe out as you release it. If you can make direct contact with the actual intercostal muscles through your image of the structure, you can separate them from their habitual breathing patterns. Once reconnected with the intercostals, the breathing impulses will find that new spaces are available to respond to a greater need. Commentary. As with most of the voice and breathing exercises described in this book, it is the introduction of consciously accurate visualization of the breathing apparatus that will enhance its function. Your body otherwise operates on its own unconscious visualization that leads to a state of benign neglect in muscles that yearn for loving and lively attention. Your whole organism benefits when you play with the gamut and nuance of your breathing. When you pay attention to your breathing, more oxygen enters the bloodstream and stimulates circulation, waking up glandular and cellular processes. The body-brain union that constitutes the central nervous system profits from your enhanced breathing process to the extent that you may find yourself more alert, more responsive to stimuli, even seemingly more intelligent. The central nervous system is connected to every point of the body by nerves, which are bundles of axons originating in the cell body of neurons. The collection of all nerves connecting to the central nervous system, brain for short, with the periphery and vice versa constitutes the peripheral nervous system. Nerves transmit impulses from brain to body and from body to brain. The brain and the body are also interconnected chemically by substances such as hormones which course in the bloodstream. From The Feeling of What Happens, page 325. By now, it should be apparent that when you explore the full extent of your breathing, you are exploring yourself. The sensitivity with which you observe the tiny exchange of air that keeps you alive from one moment to the next requires that you are sensitive to yourself, to some central personal aspect of you that asks that you drop away external distractions and dwell, perhaps for a few moments only, in intimate proximity with a simple, true you. Then, when you feed in a deep impulse for a sigh, searching for a genuine feeling of relief and releasing it with something akin to gratitude, your mind begins to penetrate down to the lower depths, not only your pelvic floor, but of your psyche. I remind you that the word psyche used to mean breath and blood and soul in ancient Greece. Sighing deeply, you may trigger emotional release that is not immediately discernible as relief or not pleasurable relief. A breath that goes deep down into body, blood, and soul and awakens those parts of the central nervous system that house memory may bring up inchoate feelings of sadness, fear, anger, or more rarely, alas, hilarity. It can be a great relief to allow these emotions to release on a sighing, sawing, wailing, moaning, roaring, growling, shouting breath or sound. If you enter into this kind of experience, make sure that you consistently allow the breath to replace, leaving yourself and your body open so that the emotions can change. The nature of emotion is to change once it has been freely and truthfully expressed. As we continue the exploration of breathing capacity, the challenge is again to ask yourself, what is my capacity for imagination, for emotion, for desire? What could I say through these large spaces I find within myself? Let your developing breathing capacity suggest that development of your creative capacity. We are going to move into an organic process for strengthening all the breathing muscles. In the old days of singing and voice production work, teachers would ask their students to lie on the floor with 2 or 3 Encyclopedia Britannica on their bellies while performing breathing exercises on vocalizations. The assumption was that the abdominal wall muscles had to be strengthened in order to strengthen the voice. We now know that the big external muscles are poor substitutes for the delicate complexities of the involuntary breathing musculature. But still, there is need for strength. We must look for strong organic stimuli to provoke strong respiratory reaction as exercise for the moment when powerful emotional content demands a powerful voice for its expression. Step 3. Breathing impulse barbells or free weights. The next exercise is designed to stimulate the whole breathing apparatus as vigorously as possible using strong involuntary reflexes. It is called vacuuming the lungs, partly because there is a sense of cleaning the lungs out, but mainly because it uses the natural power of a vacuum to stimulate the breathing muscles into powerful action. The exercise takes a very short time to do, but a long time to explain. So read all the instructions first, then follow the quick step-by-step action. You are entering the gymnasium of imagination and respiration. Your brain and body will be exercised by the free weights of impulse. You are going to empty all the air out of your lungs as though you were squeezing water out of a sponge. You will do this by blowing out on quickly, and then squeezing the last remnants of air out until you feel there is no more inside you. Don't take too long over this. Quickly close your mouth and pinch your nose shut with your fingers so that no air can get in. Now open your rib cage with the image of the open golf umbrella from the previous exercise. See an image of a large vacuum inside. The best way of doing this is to try to breathe in through your nose while it is still pinched shut. Put your other hand on your lower back ribs and allow the intercostal muscles to respond to the demand despite the fact that no breath can get in. Register the pull of the vacuum for a moment. Then, keeping your mouth closed, let go of your nose. Air will rush in through your nose to fill the vacuum. Don't help by breathing in. Let the breath be sucked in by the law of nature that absorbs a vacuum. Action. Stand. Empty your lungs on. Hold your nose. Close your mouth. Try to breathe in so that your ribs expand as far as they can. The open umbrella position. Picture the vacuum you have created. Let go of your nose, keeping your mouth shut, and let the air rush into the vacuum. Return to natural breathing. Some people have a moment's panic when they feel the vacuum. It is, after all, a very unnatural condition. But remember that it would only be dangerous to be without air if the condition were controlled by anyone but you. All you have to do is to open your mouth, and things will return to normal. The reason for only letting the air enter through your nose while keeping your mouth shut is that the nasal passages are narrow. The breathing muscles must thus work harder to take the air in. This activity strengthens them. Think of your lungs as filling the whole torso from hip sockets and pelvic floor to the collarbone as you repeat the vacuuming. Blow all the air out of your body. Your whole torso will collapse inward. Hold your nose, close your mouth. Put your other hand onto your lower back ribs. Drop the pelvic floor, open your belly, your back, and your side ribs to create a vacuum through your whole torso. Let go of your nose and feel the air rush down into the pelvic floor, into your back and your front, your sides, and finally your upper chest. Relax and return to natural breathing. The vacuum impulse is like an imaginative barbell or free weight that you pick up on entering the breathing gymnasium and employ judiciously to build a muscle that must be responsive to thought and feeling, not just command. You may be dizzy with all that extra oxygen running in. If you are not, it could be a sign that you are not doing the exercise fully. It could also mean that your breathing apparatus is in good shape already. Don't be afraid of the dizziness, but don't reinforce the condition by repeating the vacuuming too quickly. Rest, do other exercises, and then come back to this one. As you exercise your breathing apparatus, the dizziness will disappear. Be careful not to suck for air with your throat muscles. The suction must come from your lungs and should focus your attention on the lower back ribs so that you feel a direct connective pull from nostrils to back ribs. Commentary. Rib stretches and vacuuming the lungs limber up the energies. They fit into a vocal warm-up just after the chest and mouth resonator work and provide extra support for moving onto the middle and upper part of the range. Vacuum 3 or 4 times, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly. It invigorates the whole system and is a generally healthy exercise. but its main purpose at the moment is to strengthen the breathing muscles by the use of natural reflexive movements. If you practice deep breathing exercises to achieve strength, you build muscular control that will not serve spontaneous communication. The relationship between impulse and muscular activity must be diligently maintained as we move into the more vigorous exercises that are necessary for the vocal apparatus and the motion apparatus of an actor to develop simultaneously. If the voice develops independent strength, it can substitute sound for feeling, and there is nothing more insidiously corrosive to an actor's artistry than the consciousness of growing vocal energies that are more accessible than emotional energies. Conversely, the actor may be developing the emotional instrument faster than the vocal one, and the resulting short circuit can blow all the fuses in the house. It is idealistic to suggest that an actor can maintain a strict balance while working on the body, voice, and creativity. But if the aim is idealistic, at least there is the possibility of quality along the way. Actors who have good voices and have been complimented on them are sometimes surprised, if not offended, when I commiserate with them on their gift. It is nearly always those actors who have the greatest trouble finding their emotional resources. Those who start with a weak vocal instrument tend to be better off in the long run, as dependence on the inner life pays off and voice gradually learns to serve it freely. In the next exercise, you will be entering the breathing gymnasium to play with impulse-free weights designed to restore reflectiveness, develop swiftness of response, and encourage flexibility. Perhaps the notion of free weights or barbells can be replaced by now juggling balls. The larger capacity found in the total picture must incorporate growing flexibility if sensitivity is not to be sacrificed to power. The next point of attention will focus on the diaphragm as the instigating breath activator with the pictures you have been establishing of your belly, your back, and your side ribs as corresponders. Step 4. Prepare for this step by stretching, relaxing down and up the spine, rolling the head and neck, and vacuuming the lungs twice. You are going to feed 4 huge, really huge, gargantuan impulses for sighs of relief. Genuine, deeply felt, pleasurable reliefs into the full length, depth, and breadth of the torso. Replace one impulse immediately after the other. Don't hurry them, but don't wait in between. Let the impulse move the breath and let the breath move the body. Treat the pleasurable relief as though it were an acting experience if necessary. Think of something bad that was about to happen but didn't, leaving you with a huge sense of relief. If you program this once or twice, you should then be able to go directly to a real sigh without its being merely a big breath with no content. Let your breath fill you from the bottom up every time. When you fill a jug with water, it doesn't fill from the top down. So, too, with your lungs. Create 4 huge sighs in a row and then rest. If you do more than this, you court fainting. If you picture the process, the diaphragm appears to be blown down by a gale of wind raised by the impulses. Its movement can be imagined as a silky, billowing parachute. Your insides will be quite discombobulated by the disturbance if the sighs are gusty enough. The external abdominal wall must be like jelly being moved quite violently by the inner turbulence, but not actively controlling it. The whole inner torso swells and deflates with the entry and exit of the impulses. Repeat the big 4 sighs of relief. Rest. You are now going to feed in 6 repeated impulses sigh of relief. This time, however, they will be slightly smaller and faster and affect you more toward the center of the dome of the parachute diaphragm. These are medium sighs of relief. Your job is to create and recreate the 6 relief impulses. Only on the very last one will the whole breathing torso collapse with a final deep yielding to the relief pouring out. This should now seem rather like panting. It is, but do not take the shortcut of calling it panting yet. Program the impulse connection consciously consciously until you can be confident that the muscle movement can trigger the impulse as surely as the impulse triggers the muscle movement. Then you can work from the inside out or the outside in safely. Exercise your ability to recreate repeated impulses of relief without their becoming shallow, thoughtless, or mechanical. Repeat the 4 huge, turbulent sighs. Repeat the 6 medium, faster sighs more towards the center of the parachute diaphragm area. Rest. Focus your attention on the very center of the dome of the diaphragm, and now feed in many quick, lively impulses for pleasurable anticipation that flutter tiny breaths in and out of that center. Let the anticipation stimulate the breath, and let the breath flutter the center of the parachute dome out of the diaphragm, so that the little breaths fly in and out fast and loose, and then move through a transition that results in the final sigh of relief. Leave the outside muscles of the torso really loose. They will be moved but should not get tight at any point. The breath goes in and out evenly. That is, you should not get fuller as you go on, nor should your lungs empty in the course of the exercise. In theory, you should be able to continue for a long time with these tiny breaths going in and out this quickly, because as much goes in as out each time. In practice, the muscles may get tighter as you go faster, so do the exercise in short sequences. The exercise therefore is 10 or so quick, light anticipatory impulses, then a transition, release on relief, anticipation, relief, anticipation, relief. The quicker, the lighter, the more central, the better. In the first part of this exercise, the repetition of 4 big sighs of relief is intended to accustom the whole breathing capacity to supplying a large demand quickly, and to release quickly without controlling. In the second part, more energy is generated and the agility of the breathing muscles is tested. In the third part, the agility increases, flexibility is essential, and the important reconditioning process is introduced. To remain free of tension while the intensity of emotional energy increases. This, of course, is using the word tension with the common meaning of holding. Emotional energy stimulates a great deal of activity in the muscles. The muscles must be conditioned to allow the energy to ripple and fly without clutching, holding, or stopping the flow. The quick light impulses designed to stimulate quick, reflexive responses to changing emotions can be enlivened by the picture of a puppy who knows that their owner is going to take it out for a walk. The knowledge excites a rapid in and out breath. If you look at a happy, excited puppy, you will see that the breath flies in and out of its body with no tension apparent in the outside belly. Movement, yes. Tension, no. I will now start using the word panting, trusting that the movements will not become mechanical thanks to the puppy. The happy puppy is panting with pleasurable anticipation. A happy puppy picture can help stimulate the fast inner action of the diaphragm. It is often necessary to remind an actor not to hold on to any emotional condition. It feels so good when the feeling suddenly comes that the actor often wants to nurse it, holding on to the surrounding muscles. Yet in doing so, the feeling dies. If the actor has the courage to spend feeling freely at such a moment, the more feeling will naturally be generated. Muscles that hold on to feeling kill it, but muscles that are conductors of that feeling help propagate more feeling through the mutuality of neuromuscular function. Panting helps restore organic reflex actions to the diaphragm, allowing it to release and replenish breath in a natural response to impulse. The panting exercise, if done with true mind-body unity, not only make the breathing musculature fit enough to serve the emotional instrument, but can also be used to stimulate pure energy when you are physically lethargic and unreceptive to inner stimuli. Commentary. You may by now be questioning the repetition of the sigh. Sighs of relief, pleasurable relief, are now joined by pleasurable anticipation. This choice, as a means of stimulating the breath, is made because it is easier to learn to respond to increased energy and intensity through positive, optimistic content rather than that which is unpleasant. The deconditioning of protective muscles reaction and reconditioning of uninhibited giving and receiving energy happen faster under pleasurable circumstances. Eventually, however, this reconditioning must pay off in the interest of an exchange from human experience that includes fear, pain, misery, anger, panic, depression, doubt, hate, etc. Having established a format of freedom will with easier feelings is usually best to deal with the more difficult emotion in the context of a speech or scene. It would be irresponsible to offer in a book the means by which the leader could tap into and release powerful emotions of a dark nature. In the laboratory atmosphere of a classroom or studio, fears can be allayed by common experience, and emotional energy can be channeled into the context of the actor's needs. All emotions are labeled as positive after familiarity creates natural controls. But working on self in these areas is difficult because there has to be a moment at which you let go of habitual control, and someone trustworthy must be there to make use of that moment, channeling the new energy into the work at hand. Otherwise, the letting go can lead to emotional self-indulgence and/or a blind freakout. Emotional incontinence and indulgent self-expression are the antitheses of communication, leaving no room for listening and responding to others. The answer to this is not that it all belongs in acting class or therapy, but in accepting that voice work must be acting work and good acting work is therapeutic. Here is a relatively light-hearted story, which can be used with the panting exercise to illustrate ways in which you can safely inject some variety of content into any exercise. If you can get someone to tell it to you step by step, so much the better. Otherwise, practice being able to visualize a sequence of events specifically and without anticipation, even though you know the story. Preamble. This morning in the mail, you received an anonymous note telling you that this evening at 5 o'clock you should take the nearest train, or bus or subway, to a particular station just out of the city or town. Once there, you were to go out of the station, turn left, and go down to the end of the road where there would be a large house set back from the road in its own garden. You were instructed that the house would be empty, the door unlocked, and that you were to go in, up the stairs, down the long corridor to the left, and into the room at the end where you were to wait. All this you have done. You are now waiting in an empty room, in an empty house, and dusk is gathering. The exercise. Let us assume that you are in a state of anticipation. Let the anticipation stimulate your breath quite arbitrarily into a loose panting rhythm such as you have just explored. Feed everything that happens from now on directly into the panting center. You are standing in the middle of the room, listening suddenly. Downstairs, you hear the front door open and close. Hear this with your breathing. You hear footsteps going slowly across the hall below. Let it affect your breathing in the center. Don't let the muscles tighten. Just let the breathing quicken. The steps come slowly up the stairs and start down the corridor. The panting should quicken, still centered. Leave your outside muscles loose. The steps come slowly closer and closer to your room and stop outside the door. Very fast, free panting. The door opens, and it is your favorite friend. Release the breath on a great, pleasurable sigh of relief. Try not to be critical of this simple story, and make use of the atmospheric elements to introduce sensory provocation to a place in your body where it can arouse feelings that intensify and finally go through a transition in response to new sensory provocation. The panting forbids the muscular contractions, which inhibit productive reactions at various stages along the road, and ensures that breath is constantly leaving the body carrying feelings on it. It is spontaneous communication. Be sure that you really feel the emotional transition from anticipation to relief when you see your friend. There are various reactions you may have, of course, to such a scene. React as you will, but let it be on panting and a sigh with a transition between the two. The big point here is to decondition a neuromuscular process that produces tension in response to intensity, and to recondition the neuromuscular response to one of release. In other words, develop mental intensity without physical tension. Step 5. Practice the quick central anticipation breathing on sound. Imagine that the diaphragm is a trampoline slung from the bottom of the edges of the ribcage. Picture the sound as a little person, you, bouncing up and down in the middle of the trampoline. The breath goes in between each ha sound, however fast you bounce. Bounce 6 or 7 times. Let the miniature you on the trampoline take a flying leap out of your mouth and across the room. Ha 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 ha. I don't know. Working with a picture of elastic connection between your elbows and your side ribs, float your arms up above your head and drop your clasped hands on top of your head. Lengthen your spine and neck so that you don't give in to the weights of your hands. In this position, notice that the diaphragm is stretched because it is attached to the bottom ribs, which are now more open. The trampoline is more taut and more bouncy. In this position, it is possible to distinguish clearly between letting the ribs drop on the sigh release that comes after the panting, or keeping them open and directing the release of the diaphragm up through the ribcage. Deliberately choose the latter picture and pant with anticipation, first breath only, then with sound, on pitches going up and then down, each transition on a sigh release. A sigh release includes the picture of the diaphragm's upward release. Drop your arms. Keep your ribs open without holding and repeat the panting exercise, alternating a cluster of breath panting with a cluster of sound panting. Drop your spine down and repeat the panting exercise, hanging head downward. Notice that your diaphragm is completely relaxed and that gravity is helping the sigh release through your ribcage. Lower your tailbone into a squat, pant and release. Put your hands behind you on the floor and sit down. Then lay your spine down vertebrae by vertebrae until you are flat on your back. Your knees up and feet flat on the floor. Pant, with breath only, then with sound. Picture the diaphragm moving horizontally through the ribcage on the sigh release. Roll over onto your belly, repeating the panting exercises on pitches ascending and descending. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I don't know. This should be the easiest position for a free and lively panting experience. Your belly muscles are out of commission on the floor, and diaphragmatic response should be really evident. Repeat in the semi-fetal position, the folded leaf, and on all fours. Finally, uncurl back up through your spine to standing. Once you have found enough freedom in the solar plexus diaphragm area to induce fast, even panting on breath alone and with sound, a new quick breath is going in between every sound. You can practice the panting on double triads. The first triad, panting, the second triad on a long sigh relief. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Step 7. Repeat the lonely house story with sound. The link between breath and inner energy is forged in sensitivity and depends on sensitivity for its continuation through the largest expression. The essential attributes for an actor's voice are range, variety, beauty, clarity, power, and volume. But sensitivity is the quality that will validate all the others, for they are dull attributes unless they are reflecting inner energy. They come to life, becoming the range of feelings, the variety of the mind, the beauty of the content, the clarity of the imagination, the power of the emotion, the volume of the need to communicate. Energies that fuel the voice muscles need to be attuned with great sensitivity to the still finer energies of the psychological creation, and the communication from inside to outside is going to be transparently true. When the energy of the content is powerful, the economy of its transmission will preserve the truth of the content. The concept of working from the inside has been applied to the beginning in this method, and therefore economy of effort has been practiced all along. As your physical awareness becomes refined, however, you can work more and more subtly. Your next step will be to find how the working content of the impulse center can be cultivated to achieve greater economy. I have played with the idea of a central point in the dome of the diaphragm that both touches sound and receives the touch of sound. The word center can be used in a feeling center, as in feeling center, breathing center, energy center, and center of the torso. I want to suggest a paradox in approaching the idea of a center. One approach is to pin down more precisely where it is. The other is to say that it can be anywhere. We will use both. When the word center becomes jargon, we fall into a trap, supposing we have experienced something because we remember the word that described it. Center meant one thing to the dancer Martha Graham, another to the acting teacher Michael Chekhov, and yet another to, for example, me. It is a practical word, but only if one does not defy it to the point of searching for it like the Holy Grail containing the absolute truth. The value of the word is in general is that wherever the center may be placed in the body, the very fact of looking for it and working for it clears the mind and focuses energy. The state of being improves, and consequently so does the performance of the task at hand. The strict physiological benefit of centering the voice is that the more economically the breath plays on the vocal folds, the better the tone. Too much air blows the folds apart, producing a breathy voice. On the other hand, economy must not mean holding back. The use of a sigh on relief is almost all the breathing exercises up to now have been designed to release the mind from any tendency to hold back. Now, assuming the mental condition has been established, we can look for economy in the use of breath without danger of the holding back. In the previous steps, you have stimulated fast anticipatory panting in the center of the diaphragm. When you let sound happen with an awareness at the center of the panting movement, you will find that less breath is used, and that it replaces itself more easily than before. The reflex action of the involuntary breathing musculature kicks in. All the movements producing the sound can diminish while the sound remains as strong as the mind thinks it is. The next exercise refines further the image of the center, thereby transferring it still more the responsibility for sound making from muscle to mind. Step 8. Let the fast panting in the center of the diaphragm happen in such a way that you can hear the outgoing and incoming breaths clearly. Take particular note of the incoming breaths as they tend to disappear with speed, indicating that the diaphragm is gathering tension. Now, close your mouth and very lightly induce a fast version of the panting that is just a quiver in the diaphragm that hardly disturbs the breath at all. What breath there is goes in and out through the nose. Then let the breath release out through the nose. Quiver, let go. Quiver, let go. Imagine your rib cage is a bird cage with a hummingbird in it. The speed of the quiver pant has the quality of the quick flutter of a hummingbird's wings. When you release after the quiver, the bird escapes. Open your mouth and do the same quiver and release. Without the quiver, find the touch of sound on the quiver center and make it very specific contact. Ha ha. Now, I would like you to picture a place I will name the inner center. The next exercise will lead you to a place that seems to be farther inside your body and then the breath. If you follow the instructions addressed to the imagination, you will arrive at the most economical and physically subtle use of your voice. Read these steps before doing them. First, allow the tiny quiver to happen like an electric current in the center of the diaphragm. Let go, give in, so that almost all the breath leaves your body. Do not, however, push or squeeze it out as in the vacuum. At this point, it might seem that there is nothing left with which to make a sound. Without taking a new breath, think of relaxing even deeper into the interior and drop to a sound ha, that is farther inside than the breath. Do the sequence: quiver, release, drop to sound farther inside than the breath. Relax. Allow a breath to drop back in to refill the center. Repeat the sequence. Pinpoint your attention to the place deep inside your body where the sound is found. It may seem to be right up against your spine at the back of the solar plexus. Register it as a definite physical place and label it the inner center. Repeat the sequence thus: quiver, let go, yield deeper inside onto a sound in the inner center, ha. Drop the diaphragm, letting your breath replace. Now find that inner center touch of sound again, apparently without using any breath. It should seem as though when your thought impulse touches your sound on the inner center, no breath is needed to form that sound. It will only be when you relax after the sound is over that some breath will replace, showing that some breath was used. Try it again. Quiver, give in farther to sound, ha ha. Release for the breath to replace. Don't use that breath. Talk again from the inner center. Ha ha. Release and realize breath was used, though you apparently did not use it. Talk again from the inner center. Ha ha. Relax and breath goes in. The conditioning being done here is to go yet further into translating physical effort into mental energy. In order to communicate larger content freely, all you need to do is stay connected to the inner center and deliver more voltage from the mind. Step 9. Find the inner center connection on ha. Then change the sound to hey. Repeat. Hey, hey, hey. Let the breath drop back in and decide not to use the breath, but to let the haze happen again on the inner center. After each set of haze, relax inside and your breath will replace. Familiarize yourself with the mental process that says, I am not going to use any breath for the sound, but I will let breath replace after the sound. Here you begin to deal directly with your mind-voice unity, leaving out the middleman, breath. Go through the preparatory inner center sequence. Then, starting sound on hey, continue building up power and volume in the sound depending solely on mental, not muscular, intensification. Let the haze get louder and louder without going higher in pitch. Drop the diaphragm for the breath to replace. The increase in the intensity of the sound should come from the inner strength, leaving the outer muscles almost completely relaxed. Try this contrast exercise to clarify the difference between external and internal strength. Shout, hey, pulling your stomach muscles in as tight as possible. Make the big outside abdominal muscles do a strong movement inward, punching out a loud, hey! Now leave the outside abdominal wall loose and send the same strong shout impulse from the inner center on, hey! Go from outer muscle strength to inner mental strength several times to experience the changing process and the different results. Economy of breath means a commitment to image, feeling, and impulse. We are familiarizing the body and the mind with the experience of dropping an image into the breathing areas, inducing a feeling in the diaphragm or the pelvic sacral region, accepting an impulse and following its reflexive action. Perhaps the word center can mean the center of the image. The imagination has been flexing its muscle as we journey through the inner landscape of the body. Now, I'd like you to experiment with images that you create as though you were a visual artist. Images that originate internally and cultivate externally. Images that stimulate and command breathing impulses. Step 10. Stand about 12 feet away from a wall and imagine that the wall is a huge canvas, at least 20 feet wide, on which you are about to paint a picture, a seascape. Read the instructions first. Paint a horizon line of bright blue waves across the canvas. Paint a large, simple ship. Red. Paint a mast and 2 big white sails on the ship. Paint a round, yellow sun. Paint the rays of the sun. Paint different sizes of white, fluffy clouds. Paint little seagulls flying around the ship. Sign your name right across the bottom. The paint is your breath. Each new image creates a new breath impulse. There are large images that need large breaths, the horizon, the ship. There are medium-sized images that need medium-sized breaths, the sails, the sun, perhaps some of the clouds. There are small images that need short breaths, the seagulls, each ray of sun, the dots on the eyes and the crosses of the T's of your name. All impulses connect with the breath on the inner image center and travels out through the torso on. Final instructions before starting. Be seized with sudden inspiration and the need to get the picture on the canvas quickly. Go. Repeat with sound. All the sounds should be open. Hey, ha, ha, he. Step 11. Close your eyes and see the images you have just painted inside your body on a level with your diaphragm, merging with your breath. Open your eyes. Look at your picture on the wall while maintaining your inner picture. Let your voice and the following words be paint and paintbrush as you connect the inner and outer pictures. A wide horizon. A dark blue sea. The sun burns in the sky. A great ship floats on the waves. It has 2 sails. Seagulls swoop and call. Where are the sailors? Let your voice be the bridge between the inner and outer pictures. Transition back to the resonating letter. The extension of your breathing awareness through exercises that increase capacity, power, and sensitive reflectiveness in your breathing muscles provides you with the potential for more powerful expression, livelier expression, and more range of expression. Let me remind you of the fundamental elements of the voice: the need or desire to speak, clear thought and feeling impulse, breath, resonance. When speech is added to voice, then the lips and tongue articulate thoughts and feelings into words. With additional breathing power, we return now to enhancing the awareness and effective performance of the resonating ladder. We have explored the large cavern and the chest resonators that strengthen the lower part of the voice and the resonating mouth cave, smaller, egg-shaped, with perfect acoustical dome in the cave roof. From there, we isolated the resonance found in the front teeth, with each resonating area, you found the pitch of voice that would arouse the optimum resonating feedback in that area. The sinuses, nose, and skull are the next rungs on the resonating ladder. You will need more breath awareness before you move on up because there are parts of your vocal range these are the parts of your vocal range that most likely to be relying on support from your tongue, jaw, and throat. The middle of the upper parts of your voice must learn to depend solely on breath and resonators if they are to be emotionally and psychologically expressive rather than descriptive. Remember Hermes, the trickster tongue god? The tongue muscle must be completely relaxed in the next stretch of the voice journey. and so must the jaw if iris' rainbow-colored truth is to be revealed through a transparently open middle and upper range. Workday 14, Sinus Resonators, Middle of the Face, Middle Range, the road out. Prepare to work for 1 hour. We are now moving into the most subtle, complex, and interesting part of the voice, halfway up the resonating ladder in the middle register. It is the voice's most revealing area, and perhaps for that reason it is often the least freely used. The resonating corridors here are labyrinthine compared with simple chest and mouth chambers. You have to examine an actual skull to appreciate how many and how varied in shape are the passages and chambers within the mask of the face. Some are scooped out of solid bone, some are a millimeter wide and have walls of transparent cartilage. With such multiplicity of shape and texture, there is enormous potential variety and resonating quality. And yet, when most people are in the middle register of their voices, they tend to employ only 1 or 2 notes, sometimes strident, sometimes nasal, sometimes breathy, sometimes singy, but seldom with more than 1 overriding quality. Even when the sound is very pleasant to listen to because it is well placed and well modulated, it will not express more than just that, a well-trained voice. I find a well-trained voice hard to trust, for it implies that a well-trained person who knows how they want to be perceived and can achieve the desired result at the expense of truth. A person who has enough control to present a consistently pleasant tone of voice is hiding many things. With the variety of resonating qualities available, it is possible for the subtlest nuances of thought to be revealed accurately. How dangerous that accuracy can be in daily human commerce is evidenced by how rarely nuance is heard. Easily triggered defense mechanisms develop early in life to make the most revealing part of the voice the best guarded. Some of the defense reactions are instinctual and spontaneous. Some of the instinctual harden to habitual. Some are semi-conscious character choices. Some imitative. All result in muscle responses in the tongue, jaw, soft palate, and throat that block access to certain resonating chambers and divert vibrations into others. The primary resonating response is checked, and secondary ones convey a veiled message. An example of this can be found in a comment such as, "Darling, I think you're driving too fast." There might be a primary impulse of fear, modified by the characteristic staying calm in the crisis. The energy stimulated by fear would, if expressed directly, activate the breath and the vocal folds to produce a relatively high frequency of vibration that in turn would find amplification in resonators in the middle to upper part of the face. Myriad tiny muscles in the tissue lining up the upper pharynx, the soft palate, and the upper sinuses would pick up the energy of the initial impulse, creating muscle tone capable of feeding back more vibrations of the same frequency, thereby relaying accurately the primary fear stimulus. Tuned-up emotional vibrations generate tuned-up sound vibrations, unless countermanded by a stream of secondary messages from the character elements or external influences. In the case of the dangerous driver, the actual sequence of psychophysical reactions in the passenger might be 1. A stab of panic in the solar plexus stimulating a swift intake of breath, and a simultaneous, almost imperceptible tightening in the temples, eyeballs, scalp muscles, and upper pharynx. 2. A conditioned, therefore speedy, decision not to express the panic. Habitual depression of the back of the tongue and larynx in order to create a passageway down into the deep, calm, resonating area of the chest. 3. A manipulation of the langual musculature and lower register to convey in a warm, deep tone the gentle suggestion that it is better to be safe than sorry, to be late than dead. Anything that might help reduce the speed. Another kind of character conditioning might just as easily take the fear impulse and turn it into laughter, possibly a rather high, giggly laughter, as those particular character influences add impulses that increase the tension of the muscle response and spiral everything, including the sound, higher. Innumerable variations can be played on this one simple example by adding different ingredients. The driver's state of mind, the relationship between the two, the frequency of the incident, the reality of the danger, and so on. They are all more commonly expressed than the basic, simple, as opposed to complex fear impulse. Until the actor's voice can express pure, unadulterated feelings, it cannot be relied on to express complexities with any accuracy. The complexities that the actor chooses or that the role demands will be filtered through unchosen mixtures of habitual defenses and individual characteristics, and will emerge sounding quite different from the mental conception. In summary, the pure connection of thought and feeling, energy with breath, vibration, and resonating response underlies this exploration of range. You can do it by treating the voice as a musical instrument, sound only, divorced from feeling, but you can also open your mind to the marriage of feeling with sound and allow feeling and sound to be mutually stimulating. The following exercises will provide some clues as to how to make all the mid-phase resonators available. Physical preparation for work on the middle voice. Do not think of your face in terms of a mask, with just dimensions you can see when you look in a mirror. Meditate a little on its inner dimensions, its depth behind the nose, and the bony catacombs hidden by the skin. First, you must activate and limber up all the muscles that your face that run vertically, horizontally, and diagonally. These can either mobilize to aid communication or remain immobilized and block it. Face isolations. Lift and lower the right eyebrow several times. Lift and lower the left eyebrow several times. Bunch up the muscles of the right cheek and relax them several times. Bunch up the muscles of the left cheek and relax them several times. Lift and lower the upper lip several times. Pull the lower lip down and release it several times. Stretch the right corner of the mouth sideways and release it. Stretch the left corner of the mouth sideways and release it. Alternate the stretching the right and left corners of the mouth. Wrinkle the bridge of the nose and release it. Move the bridge of the nose up and down. Squeeze the right eye shut. Stretch the right eye open. Squeeze the left eye shut. Stretch the left eye open. Alternate vigorously opening and shutting the right and left eyes. Lift the left eyebrow up and stretch the right corner of the mouth sideways simultaneously. Don't let your jaw move. Release. Lift the right eyebrow and stretch the left corner of the mouth sideways and simultaneously. Release. Devise any combination of movements to stretch the face vertically, horizontally, and diagonally. Make intentional movements and check them in a mirror to see whether you are connecting as you think you are. Finally, squeeze your whole face into a tight ball. Then stretch the whole face as wide as it can go, eyes and mouth wide, as in a silent scream. Relax your face and shake the skin of your face off the bones. Massage your face with your hands. The middle sinus resonators. Sinus means a recess, cavity, or hollow space. A hollow space scooped out of the bone makes a perfect resonating cavity, and the following work will focus on the two most familiar pairs of sinus cavities, those on either side of the nose that I call the middle sinuses, and those above the nose and the eyebrows, the upper sinuses. Step 1. With your fingers, get to know the topography of your face. Feel the shape of your face from the nose out across the top of the cheekbones. Bring your imagination into the survey and picture your nose as a small mountain peak while your cheekbones are round hills. You will find a slight hollow between the mountain peak of the nose and the cheek hills that we might name the soggy sinus valleys. From beside the nose spreading out under the cheek hills, there are cavities, sinuses, which are soft and spongy to the touch, sometimes sensitive. Gently massage these areas with your fingertips in small circles, moving up and outward from the nostrils and on out below the foothills of the neck. Having made this initial survey, The next task is to isolate the muscles that run across the soggy sinus valleys from the nose mountain to the cheek hills. Imagine these muscles as two small rope bridges that lead from mountain to hills over the valleys. Now move these rope bridge muscles up and down. This is the movement you use to push a slipping pair of sunglasses back up on the bridge of your nose when your hands are occupied. Look in a mirror and check. 1. That the movements are isolated from the mid-sinus muscles on either side of the nose. 2. That any movements in the forehead and upper lip are reactive, not active. 3. That the jaw is not moving. Now massage the sinus area with your middle fingers. Alternate massaging the sinus area with your fingers and moving the sinus muscles up and down independently. Step 2. Let the tip of your tongue fall loosely forward onto your lower lip. The tongue should slide, thick and relaxed, forward and out of the mouth. If it is really relaxed, it will be wide, touching the corners of the mouth, thick and unmoving. If it tenses anywhere along its length, it will try to pull back into the mouth again, becoming pointed or thin or flat or scooped down in the middle. With your tongue lying relaxed on your lips, move your sinus muscles up and down. Here, you are gradually conditioning your mind-body awareness to perceive a pathway to the mid-sinus area and to deactivate any support that the tongue may habitually offer. Now, with the tip of your tongue still out on your lower lip, sigh a whispered "hee" through the narrow space between the front of the tongue and the top teeth. Next, as you sigh a whispered "hee" through the narrow space between the front of your tongue and the top teeth, with the tip of your tongue still out on your lower lip, move your mid-sinus muscles up and down several times. At this point, you are actively detaching any habitual tongue response from the picture of the mid-sinus and release of breath. If you find that activating the sinus muscles with your tongue out while releasing a good free sigh feels like patting your head with one hand and rubbing circles on your stomach with the other, then you have pinpointed a major habitual pattern of effort. So, keep at it until the breath and the movement in the sinus area detach easily from the tongue, which can remain calmly resting on the lower lip throughout. Use a mirror. The next step is to add vibration on the side "hee." With the tip of your tongue relaxed on your lower lip, sigh along "hee," aiming it clearly through your mouth on a mid-register pitch, approximately an F above middle C for women and an octave lower for men, and at the same time move your mid-sinus muscles up and down several times. Let the breath replace and release another sigh on "hee," one semitone higher, moving your mid-sinus muscles, leaving your tongue on your lower lip as you repeat this for several ascending notes. As you continue sighing out "hee," going higher until you feel effort creeping in, then coming back down, alternate moving the mid-sinus muscles up and down with massaging the sinuses with your fingers. Aim the "hee" very deliberately through your mouth, out through the top teeth and past the tip of the tongue. Do not let the sound be placed in the sinuses. Although you are awakening the vibrations in that area, you may notice that the sound being affected by the movements. If you aim the sound into the sinus movements, it will in fact arrive in the nose. This will do no harm but will deny the exploration of the many other qualities of vibrations to be found surrounding the nose, in and around the cheek hills and throughout the facial catacombs. It is an intensity of thought that brings the sound out past the top teeth and tongue. Not pushing, but an intensely focused sigh. The vital point of awareness in this exercise is the tongue. The back of the tongue, as earlier explained, commonly starts to tense as the voice goes higher, substituting its muscular strength for the support of breath. As the sinus resonators open up, they will begin to provide true resonating strength for the voice. The voice can begin to transfer its dependence from the back of the tongue to the real strength of a breath and resonance. The more you relax the tongue, the more the voice will demand support from the breath and find its true resonators in the whole breadth of mouth and face. The corollary of this is that the more the voice finds its true resonating power, the more the tongue can relax. Step 3. Again, let the tongue slide, Thick and relaxed, forward and out of the mouth. Check that it is really relaxed, wide, touching the corners of the mouth, thick and unmoving. Don't let it pull back into the mouth, become pointed, thin, flat, or scooped down in the middle. On a triad, sigh out the he through your mouth and over your tongue, through the narrow space between the surface of the tongue and the top teeth. Move the sinuses up and down on the triad he's, checking that the tongue stays totally relaxed throughout the triads. Relax for a new breath. Picture the triad sound traveling horizontally out through the mouth into the air, not moving up and down vertically with the pitches. Use this series of ascending triads he to check out the interrelationship of the tongue and breath. If the tongue goes hard on the outside of the jaw area, massage it loose again with your fingers while continuing the sound. You can push upward into the area quite vigorously as it is insensitive. There should be the same soft condition when you are silent, whatever the pitch. Whenever the tongue tightens, become aware of your breathing and sigh out with more release, more freedom from deeper inside. For the basic freeing of the voice, make a general rule. As you go higher in pitch, sigh more fully from deeper inside. Let the tongue release back into the mouth and, forgetting the specific focus of the preceding work, call freely on a long, easy hey. Shake the sound out. Loosen your whole body on sound. Don't be anxious if the quality of the sound is not aesthetically satisfying at this stage. Be content to focus solely on casual things. The freedom of the breath in response to the thought of a higher pitch, the loosening and awakening of face muscles, the continued freedom in the throat, tongue, and jaw. The results may be very strange initially, and it is sometimes better that they are, because your old aesthetic standards may have to give place to new standards. In the freeing stage of training, aesthetic judgment is usually an inhibited factor and should be postponed to a much later refining phase. As long as you are clinging to an oral criterion and inwardly commenting, that's a hideous sound. I sound much better when I'm singing properly, or that's not my voice. You may be sure that you are not directing all your attention to the physical and sensory aspects of the work, and the result will never be satisfactory. The reconditioning involved in the demand of a higher and higher pitch is not only designed to help open up your range or to develop your singing voice, though it will do both. It is also a basic reprogramming designed to change the response to all large demands on the voice from greater efforts to greater release. The demand of a powerful character you must embody, the demand of a huge theater in which you must be heard, or the demand of a strong emotion that has to be communicated. Such powerful communications should be the byproduct of an abundant inner energies of an appropriate nature, the open, free communicative channel of voice and body, the strong, generous desire to communicate, and the promise of the great pleasure inherent in such communication. The most powerful emotional expression offers the most powerful and satisfying release. Commentary. The reason for sighing more as you go higher is to break a common condition reflex of pushing for higher notes. Reaching, bracing, working harder, and simply refusing to go higher are all common psychophysical reactions to going up in pitch. If you consciously decide to sigh with more and more relief as you go higher, you do three things. 1. You undo automatic preparatory tensions in the breathing muscles because tension and sighing are a contradiction in terms. 2. You deliver a greatly increased gust of breath to help release and support the pitch. 3. You undermine the pushing, working, suffering, and/or I can't syndrome by substituting a palpable sensation of relief that has to be allied with pleasure. If you can decide that it is a sigh of pleasurable relief and that each ascending pitch can connect with more deeper and pleasurable relief, then you will generate enormous energy, enormous quantities of breath, and a new attitude to higher notes that will make them a great deal easier to produce. Economy will come later. Step 4. In order to counteract the tendency for the impulse and breath sources to move, almost imperceptibly, higher up in the body as the pitch goes higher, All the sinus exercises should now be combined with floor work. Lying on your back, knees up, feet flat on the floor. Begin on a comfortable low pitch to sigh out triads on haze. Notice which resonators are engaged in the lower sounds, and then, as you go higher, notice the mouth resonance coming into play. As you feel you are entering the middle of your range, roll over onto your belly. Change the vowel to a long, loose he as you continue with the triads. Make sure you are feeding the sigh impulse deep down into your lower back, feeling the small of your back moving up from to the ceiling in the ingoing breath and falling toward the floor as you sigh out. Picture the vibrations falling through your teeth toward gravity. Then, moving to the folded leaf, let your tongue fall out onto your lower lip and continue on he triads while moving your sinuses up and down. Be conscious of your lower back opening for the ingoing breath and picture the sound flowing out from your tailbone, along your spine, over the back of your neck and the top of your skull, and falling out to gravity through the middle of your face. Tuck your toes into the floor and move into a comfortable squat. With your elbows inside your knees, push your thumb pads onto your sinus area and vibrate the sinuses with your thumbs as you sigh the triad he out along your spine and over the back of your neck and top of your skull and falling out to gravity through the middle of your face. Float your tailbone up in the air so that you are hanging head downward. Put your elbows on your knees and again vibrate the sinuses with your thumbs as you see the diaphragm fall into gravity on the outgoing sigh triad. Slowly come back up until you are standing, keeping your own center of gravity low in your body while maintaining the buzzing clarity of the sinuses. By now, you should be very aware of the spaces behind your face, particularly those behind the cheekbones. The cheekbones themselves are beautifully shaped for resonance. Bounce your knees if you feel dizzy. Step 5. This exercise demands focus and clear mental energy. To prepare, push your lips forward into a pouting position, as if you are about to blow a kiss. Then vigorously draw them sideways into the widest grin that you can manage. Repeat this several times. Forward, sideways, pout, grin, pout, grin. Be sure to not involve your jaw. Check. Put the tip of your finger between the front teeth as you do this lip exercise. Be sure that the tip of your tongue remains behind your bottom teeth. You are exercising the horizontal and diagonal muscles of the face that inevitably include the sinus areas and your cheek muscles. Be aware that your cheeks bunch up under your eyes as you grin and that the skin over your bones stretches as you pout. Push your lips forward into a pouting position. Picture a tiny ball of vibrations that you can hold in your pouting lips. Find a middle range sound and play with the feeling of vibration within your pouting lips, squeezing it and releasing a little and squeezing it again. Ooh, on a very small scale. Now imagine the ball of vibrations as small as a pebble and your lips as a slingshot that will catapult the sound forward and off your face as you pull your lips sideways into a grin. The catapulted vibrations fly toward in a strong, sharp way. The sound of W is composed of two vowels, U, and the syllable A is of two vowels are Ue, Ue. When you repeat this, look in a mirror and observe the diagonal stretch from your cheekbones to the corners of your mouth when you push your lips forward. Think of the sideways movement of the lips and a release from that stretch, having the quality of a strong slingshot between stretched and let go. As you let go, notice that your cheeks are pushed up under your eyes. With a strong movement, a strong sound should result. Do not feel you are shouting, but rather a strong, sharp sound is the natural outcome of the movement. This sound picks up and intensifies the sinus cheekbone's resonance and helps develop strength in the middle and upper range of the voice. It is very extroverted, and the result is a short, sharp shout. It happens because of your energy being focused, not because you are shouting. By extroverted, I mean a quality that occurs outside rather than inside. It is open and unveiled. Now, renew your interest in the breathing energy centers. Feed in 4 huge sighs, 6 medium sighs, and many, many quick, lively anticipation impulses. Right at the end of a cluster of anticipation panting, send the impulse directly from the pant center to your lips and cheekbones on hui. Repeat the hui several times on one breath. Forward ooh, sideways, a. Forward, sideways, forward, sideways, forward, sideways. Way, way, way. This is done while keeping the vibrations in tangible contact with the lips. Repeat with the tip of your little finger between your front teeth on several ascending pitches, from about F sharp to E flat. There must be no strain at all in the throat. The soft palate is open, the tongue is relaxed, and the tip behind the bottom teeth. With the tip behind the bottom teeth. The jaw does not move. There is a clear space from the breathing source to the front of the face. Use a mirror to make sure you still go fully forward and fully sideways with your lips. Blow out through your lips to relax them. Commentary. The old idea in voice training was what you had to place your voice in the mask and project your voice in order to be heard. This one-dimensional image of a mask not only denies the complexity of the facial bone structure and its rich resonating capabilities, but also suggests that the face is a mask behind which to hide. The word project means throw forward. If you are throwing your voice forward at the same time that you are trying to be truthfully engaged in playing the scene, you are splitting your energies. To replace these counterproductive terms, you must commit yourself to truthfulness, freedom, and openness. You must want the listener in the back row of the theater to share the thought and feelings of the character you are playing, and you must have open and relaxed channels of voice and body that can serve that desire. You must be able to expand your circle of awareness to encompass the inner world of your performance and the outer world of your audience without one diminishing the other. If you are committed to the truth of the thought feeling that is to be communicated, if you have a real desire to share that thought feeling, and if there are no blocks or tensions in the breathing and vocal musculature, the voice will carry the thought feeling content from deep inside to the front of your mouth and out to the audience. To strengthen this middle part of your range, you must devise and practice sounds that stimulate the resonance in the very front of your face. This is the open, extroverted, carrying part of the voice that allows your innermost thoughts to be intimately revealed and your most lively, ebullient, stormy feelings to be freely expressed without effort. In order to help create the conditions for this kind of communication, here are some playful extensions of the OA exercise. Their many repetitions will eventually lead you to natural usage. Instead of way, but with exactly the same face and lip actions, substitute will you, will you, will you. This changes the emphasis on the two-way diagonal cheek muscles to an active pull sideways on will and a release forward on you. The tongue also gets a little workout on this exercise as it ripples the sound from its front on L to its middle on Y. The I vowel rings into the cheekbones as way did. With a full grin and a full pout, explore the mid to upper range on your voice with the triads. Will you, will you, will you. This will extend this to will you wait, will you wait, will you wait, will you wait. Each time, feel the I in will and the A in wait pinging off your cheekbones. The U in you goes into the lip pout. Triads, will you wait? Then extend to will you wait for Willie. The same full lip movement sideways and forwards. Do it on triads. You should check all of these for unnecessary jaw activity with the tip of the little finger test. Then speak this as a very quick question. Add, will you wait for Willie and Winnie, etc. Gradually increase the pace and develop agility. As you go faster, relax the stretches a little. Let the corners of your mouth flicker in and out. Keep your voice releasing through the cheekbone sinus resonators. Use the ascending scale range to ask a long question and the descending range to answer it. No, I won't wait, or why won't you wait? Repeat this pattern of questions and answer covering the middle and upper range with will you wait? Will you wait for Willie? Will you wait for Willie and Winnie? Will you wait for Willie and Winnie Williams? Will you wait for Willie and Winnie Williams, the well-known welterweights? And so on. So, will you wait for Winnie? No, I won't wait. Will you wait for Willie and Winnie? Why won't you wait? You can improvise with whether they are Welsh or world famous, or you can answer the question with why won't you wait for Willie and Winnie Williams, and other variations. Play with the forward resonance and increasing speed. This, incidentally, is not an articulation exercise as such, and you would not use such exaggerated movements for speaking. It is an exercise to wake up extroverted forward resonance and involve the lips and tongue in the outgoing impetus. Unquestionably, this makes a good foundation for the more precise articulation exercises that come later. Practice. Daily in conjunction with a workout plan. Workday 15. Nasal resonator. Carrying power. Mountain peak. Prepare to work for 1 hour. A clear distinction must be made between the terms nasal resonance and nasality. Nasality is the quality heard when, finding the opening into the mouth obscured, the voice escapes through the nose instead. The physical cause for nasality are a lacy, soft palate that may sit flaccidly on the back of the tongue, and the tongue itself when it bunches up at the back, driving the sound sharply into the nose. Nasality inevitably implies torpid breathing. Nasality can be heard in deep voices, high voices, or middle register voices, and means that the pall of a single resonating quality hangs over all utterance. When the deep voice is nasal, it tends to be richly adenoidal and monotonous. When a medium-pitched voice is nasal, it tends to be aggressively strident and monotonous. And when a high-pitched voice is nasal, it is piercingly monotonous. Nasal resonance, on the other hand, is a vital part of the whole resonating system. It provides brilliance in carrying power for the voice and is a major component of the front of face resonating structure. Its power must be tempered by balance, since it can easily dominate and distort the whole. Many actors have found that if they place their voices up in the nose cheekbone area, they can be very easily heard in the back row of the balcony. So easily, in fact, that they need hardly exert themselves in any other respect. Being heard is perhaps only a third of the battle, and clear, empty voices often sail up to ears that hear the words and wonder what cargo they carry. Those whose aim is to share what they feel with an audience will allow emotional energy to activate the breath and generate vibrations. These vibrations, reinforced by all appropriate resonating feedback, will flow out through the body, gathering a mix of sinus, cheekbones, and nasal vibrations as they travel through the face, creating sound waves with a carrying power faithful to the initial aim. Communication is a byproduct of desire, intention, and freedom. As with the other resonators, the nasal cavity must be discovered, isolated, developed, and then left to react automatically in the general interplay of speech. It is the penultimate rung of the resonating ladder. Here, I remind you that the resonating ladder is an energy ladder, and we are approaching the high-intensity rungs. Excitation in the breathing area is a prerequisite for excitation in the higher resonators. The nose resonator is the farthest forward resonator in the body, literally the most extrovert. Be aware first of the shape of the nose bone and realize the vibrations arriving in that sharply concave structure will resound with great intensity. If, for instance, you stand close to the corner of a room and make sounds into the angle, you get a much stronger resonating feedback than if you were to speak to a flat wall. Step 1. With your finger, press the right side of your nose to close off your right nostril. Wrinkle up the left side of your nose and breathe in through the left nostril in a short, sharp, quick sniffs. 5 or 6 sniffs should fill you up, then release the breath out through your mouth on. Close off the left nostril with your finger and bring 5 or 6 short, sharp, strong sniffs into the bridge of the wrinkled up right nostril. Then let the breath out through your mouth. Repeat this several times for each nostril, registering the feeling of cold air in the nasal passages. Step 2. Having sniffed up each nostril several times, rest and become conscious of the cool place that the breath rushed through. Now close off the right nostril and wrinkle up the left side of the nose and hum on a medium pitch, A or A flat, an octave lower for men, picturing the humming vibrations focused exclusively in the left nostril and warming the cool spots. Close off your left nostril, wrinkle up the right side of the nose and hum, feeling the vibrations traveling through your right nostril. Wrinkle up the bridge of the nose, and while it's wrinkled, pant in and out through both your nostrils. You may need to blow your nose before doing this. Your mouth will, of course, be closed. Aim a hum where the wrinkle is, and while humming, massage your fingertips from the nostrils out into small circles. Repeat on ascending pitches, a new breath between each pitch. The new hum will become stronger and more focused in the nose as you massage. Now, aiming the sound 100% into the nose, let the hum turn from a focused into a narrow me, with the yi coming exclusively through the nose. There is a ridiculous image that may facilitate this exercise. Picture your lungs in your head, your vocal folds between your eyebrows, and your nose as your only resonator. Speak me, me, me. Aim the me into the wrinkled bridge of your nose, picturing the sound coming into the nose from above. Don't let any of the vibrations go into your mouth. Relax. Drop your spine down and uncurl back to standing. Roll your neck and head. Speak the me, me, me into the nose on the top part of your speaking voice, not in falsetto. Feel the vibrations ping in your nose. Commentary. By falsetto, I mean the head singing voice for women and countertenor part of men's voices above their daily speaking range. Falsetto is a term that is still commonly used. It originally came from the misconception of the false vocal folds that are muscles existing above the true vocal folds came together to produce the highest sound above the speaking voice. One voice science had developed the instrumentation to see the vocal folds in action, and the misconception was cleared up. Those high sounds are created in true vocal fold action. The term falsetto remains. Relax. Drop your spine down. Build up. Stretch and relax the tongue. Breathe in and out on a whispered k, k, to release the soft palate. Then, forgetting the focus on the preceding exercises, call hey, long and free from your center. Shake your body on sound. Remembering that there is a correlation between increasing inner energy and ascending pitch. Do not pull back from the strength of the intense ringing vibrations the nose bone produces. To begin with, you may feel you have to push slightly in your throat to get the sound focused sharply enough, but gradually you should find that you can transfer such effort from the body to the mind. The mental image of the path to the nasal cavity strengthens. The power of the thought of the sound increases. The ability to bypass the throat develops further. If you use your lips when they will help to propel the sound directly into the nose without the aid of your throat muscles. You can also explore the nasal resonance from the back of your mouth. Send the nasal E into the wrinkled bridge of the nose on an formed between the back of the tongue and the soft palate. Is a simple consonant sound despite its spelling. The G is silent, so NG. Commentary. An important aspect of the psychophysical nature of the voice is its resilience. If you treat it tentatively, always afraid of strain, you will never stretch it or tap its unknown potential, for you will always stay within what is safe and familiar. If you are tentative, you may think you are just being physically careful, but you will also be holding back on essential energies that are the very fuel the voice needs. Carefulness of the wrong sort can create a vicious cycle. It is worth taking the risk of occasionally scraping your throat or getting a little hoarse in order to find new possibilities. You know enough to restore your voice in a good state if you should happen to strain it, and I must stress that it certainly need not ever happen. Go through all the basic relaxation exercises, with particular emphasis on the tongue and throat loosening. Then, gently humming, roll your head, drop down your spine, massage your face, and so on. Humming provides a natural massage for the vocal folds, and this treatment, administered as soon after the strain as possible, is much better for your voice than resting it by being silent. It is also healthier psychologically to remove the fear of losing your voice, the very kind of energy sapper that contributes most to the condition. If you have consciously practiced the sequence of exercises in this book, you have acquired experimental knowledge of your voice. You are now on your way to becoming your own authority on your own body and how to guide yourself. Your voice is the prime instrument of your artistry, and your creativity is its master. Awareness will be the monitor of what works and what does not work. Playing safe will only mean you never move beyond your known boundaries, and a limited, comfortable artist eventually ceases to be an artist of any kind. Step 3. Wrinkle the bridge of your nose again and prepare the path by sniffing in and out. Send the me pinging into your nose. Put your fingertips on the bridge of your nose and imagine that you can, with your fingers, draw the vibrations from the bridge of the nose across your cheekbones. Let the sound expand slightly from me to a very narrow me. This sound must still come through the nose, but is now influenced by an extended resonating surface. It fans out in opposite directions from a point on top of the bridge of your nose across the upper ridge of your cheekbones. Repeat 2 or 3 times. Repeat using the Nye. Relax your throat, soft palate, and tongue, and shake sound out from your whole body. Keep your eyes open. Don't bunch up your whole face when you do this exercise. Step 4. You are now going to redirect the vibrations from your nose into your mouth. The idea to work with is that, having developed an intensely packed crowd of vibrations in your nose, you are now going to free them out through your mouth. They will still be nasal vibrations, but they will go through the mouth instead of the nose. In order for this to happen, the soft palate trapdoor, which has automatically closed in response to your direction that sound be diverted into the nose, must fly open at the appropriate moment, restoring the mouth channel. Send the me's into the bridge of the nose as before. Put your fingers on the bridge of your nose and, with your fingers guiding your thoughts, spread the vibrations across the cheekbones on the me's as before. Then, and this is where the soft palate flies open, using your hands to guide your thought, redirect the vibrations consciously out through your mouth on ma, while the palms of your hands open out into the air in front of you. Do not let the jaw substitute for the soft palate opening. The whole face, including the jaw, will stretch into the animal roar opening for ma. This is the mid-face and cheek muscles that articulate the ma, not the jaw. Activate the top lip and the cheeks. Relax. Breathe. Repeat the whole sequence on one breath on ascending pitches. Me, 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 ma. Use your palms to direct the ma out away from your face and through your mouth. Feel the direct stretch in the center of your palms, imitating the stretch in the soft palate. Speak the whole sequence in the upper portion of your speaking voice. Do not drop the pitch. This is the upper part of your speaking voice. Do not make the mistake of dropping into a speaking pitch that could belong to the mouth resonance or lower. Repeat the whole sequence starting with an sound. Remember that this is a single consonant in which the G is silent. Nye, 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 nga, nga, nga. Relax, breathe, shake out. Commentary. This is a difficult part of the voice to discover, and once it has become available, may be hard to understand. It is between the middle, much-used part of the range and the very high, excited part in the skull that is used in expressing high energy and hysterical states. The rungs on the resonating ladder, leading from the bridge of the nose to the forehead, are often skipped completely in vocal development, and it is usually here that the famous break in the singing voice, which everyone asks about sooner or later, occurs. This break is not necessary. The voice knows how to move smoothly from a speaking to a singing register. Any break that occurs is because of tension. In my observation, the part of the voice that goes from the nasal resonance up through the upper sinuses, those above the eyebrows, and to the skull is the most vulnerable part of the voice. By vulnerable, I do not mean the weakest. Rather, it is the part of the voice that expresses the most ingenuous, open, and vulnerable feelings and thoughts. It is there to respond to quivering, naked fears, to innocent surprise, to sudden, amazed joy, to naive, open questions that go up at the end. It is surprising how few questions are asked with a simple rising inflection. Start listening, and you may hear how many have a preconceived answers implicit in them as they turn the inflection away from vulnerability. As is the case with vulnerable areas, this part of the vocal register has become guarded. High-octane impulses are rerouted away from it, and although such impulses send the pitch into the upper register, the resonating response will be more safely found in the nose, or it will be reduced to half by an excessive rush of breath. When such energy impulses end up in the nose, they are extremely piercing and not endearing. The excess volume is an interesting defense against direct response. The opposite method is a breathy reaction where words are heard through a misty filter that suggests the defense of appeasement. Look how weak and unprotected I am. I dare not even commit my thoughts to a whole voice. In a way, I hope you won't quite hear what I have to say in case I'm wrong. To give an example of what I mean, here are 3 versions of the same scene. 2 people who were in love with each other 10 years ago haven't met since meet by chance at a party or some public event. For the sake of the example, use this one sentence to communicate 3 possible reactions. How wonderful to see you. Did you know I'd be here? Applying the defensive postures suggested below, there are 2 possible sequences of psychophysical events. First sequence. At the sight of the former lover, the person's adrenaline floods the blood, the knees go weak, and the breathing increases at the heart as the heart pumps faster. Thinks, I can't let them see how much I'm affected. Method. Add social energy to make slightly exaggerated and inappropriately extroverted joy that activates the muscles in the throat and face more vigorously than the breath. Result. Channel muscles drive the sound into the nose, creating a wonderful pitch of delight that smothers the initial vulnerability in the social noise. How wonderful to see you! Did you know I was here? Exaggerated surprise and delight. The question safely assumes the answer is yes. Second sequence. At the sight of former lover, the person's adrenaline floods the blood, the knees go weak, and breathing increases as the heart pumps faster. Thinks, I wonder if they feel the same as I do. Until I know I don't dare express what I feel or I might get hurt. Method. Let out all the breath in a rush while holding the feeling in. Empty breath floods the vocal folds left flaccid by the withheld emotional impulse, creating half voice, half whisper that lacks the vibrating energy to stimulate resonating feedback or lively inflection. Result, the person half whispers, How wonderful to see you. Did you know I'd be here? The monotone throws the responsibility onto the hearer to project what has been heard into the unraveling sentence, thus showing the hand first. The third sequence. In an event of an open revelation of feeling to psychophysical sequence could be At the sight of a former lover, the person's adrenaline floods the blood, knees go weak, and the heart pumps faster. The excitement energizes the laryngeal musculature that governs the vocal folds. The excited breath and the excited folds create high-frequency vibrations that are picked up and amplified by simultaneously toned-up muscle tissue in the upper pharynx and upper facial areas. Pitch jumps. Light, high-resonating quality response, and the ex-lover hears the surprised, half-fearful delight and the genuine need to know whether the ex-partner has chosen to seek them out or if it has occurred by chance. Step 5. Start with the me-me-me's in the nose. Then, drawing your fingers from your nose through your eyebrows, bring the me-me-me into the upper sinuses. Still direct the vibrations through your nose. The upper sinus hollows are behind the forehead, above the eyebrows. Repeat. This time, move your hands up to the top of your skull. Imagine a trapdoor opening up and out from the top of the skull and let the sound escape. Soft palate open. My. Repeat and end on a long my on an upward inflection, as though for an ingenious question. Me, my. Try not to go into falsetto. Check that your eyebrows don't go up at the idea of a question. If they do, your voice won't go as far as it might. The eyebrows tends to substitute for the soft palate. Repeat. At the end of the questioning my, say why on the same breath, in the same resonance, on the same rising pitch. Me, my, why? Send the why through the top of your head. Repeat the me, my, why. Then add why fly? Why fly so high? Do this with the accumulated energy of the pitch, the resonator, the question, and the urgency of your need to know the answer coming from your diaphragm. Step 6. Imagine you are standing on top of a mountain. There is a narrow, deep valley between it and another peak. On the other peak stands a friend of yours. The sky is blue, the air is crisp and clear. Let the scene affect your inner state. From an accelerated center of the solar plexus diaphragm, call a long, high curving hi across the opposite mountain peak. Imagine the same scene exactly, the same feelings, the same desire to call. This time, whisper the call. Just allow the impulse from the breath center with the breath flying out through the wide channel of your throat to produce a whispered hi. Voice it again. Here, you are providing yourself with a kind of scene that can stimulate the energy that needs the upper to high part of the vocal range and resonating ladder in order to express itself satisfactorily. All the technical work must be trusted to pay off automatically. The calling impulse should travel naturally to the diaphragm without being subverted by the throat muscles. The diaphragm should spontaneously draw in enough breath to supply that impulse and willingly release the breath and impulse with energy sufficient for the demand. By now, the throat, the soft palate, and the jaw should be naturally limber and agile enough to open a passageway for the call, which will be impelled into high-carrying resonators, capable of amplifying the vibrations enough to accomplish the goal of communicating with your friend on the opposite mountain peak. The diaphragm, intercostal, and inner abdominal breathing musculatures are lively and responsive to the largeness of the need. It is important that you begin to create your own simple scenes so that you can alternate between the technical conscious work, which tones your vocal instrument, and the imaginative work that knows the voice must function involuntarily if it is to be true. In the technical work, you carve out paths from the mind to chosen muscles. In the imaginative work, you know those paths are there and you run along them. You are reconditioning your use of yourself, not just something called your voice. So when you follow a scene, you feed the initial impulse of image to the place where the path begins before you start. Start from the central energy source. Feed in the images. Nurture the feeling response. Then release the images and the energy from the deep wells of thought, feeling, breath, and sound and see what happens. If you stumble or fall, go back to do a bit more carving in the technical department. Then deliver yourself up again to your creative self. From technical to creative and back again. But at this stage, do not try consciously to do the two at once, or your energies will split and lose their strength. Practice daily in conjunction with the workout plan. Workday 16. Range 3 to 4 octaves, from basement to attic. Prepare to work for 1 hour. Within the framework of the resonating ladder, only the domed top of the head remains to be explored. The top of the resonating ladder has a perfect acoustical shape and texture. It resounds simply and strongly to the high-frequency sounds that find amplification there. But unless you are a practicing soprano, tenor, countertenor, or daily screamer, you may not be familiar with the feeling of skull resonance. There is intense energy in the sound that must be created centrally if it were to serve some human purpose. It is easier to lead into the exercises for developing skull resonance from doing simple work on the whole range, which will allow energy to generate naturally, rather than making a direct assault on it. In theory, the work on skull resonance goes before that on range, but in practice it is more helpful to work on the range exercises first. In the following exercises, you will be using your developing awareness of resonating ladder to free your voice into its widest possible range. Step 1. Standing easily while maintaining an awareness on the skeletal support of the body. Close your eyes and turn your attention inward. Imagine your body is a house. Put a sub-basement, foundation, below the rib cage, the basement in the chest, and the lobby floor in the mouth, the first floor from the mouth to the eyes, the second floor from the eyebrows to the hairline, and the attic in the top of the skull. Picture your voice as an elevator with an electrical mechanism in the sub-basement, using a long "hey" as the sound in which your voice elevator is manifested. Travel from the sub-basement to attic, visiting all the resonating floors on the way, going from the lowest part of your voice to the highest. Take into account the fact that a house does not move when the elevator runs. Let your mouth drop open, but otherwise do not allow your shoulders, jaw, tongue, lips, or eyebrow to move in any way as the voice elevator moves. Let the breath replace after you have arrived in the attic, and renewing the electrical power from the sub-basement, travel down through the house again, making sure you do not skip any of the floors and that elevator runs at the same smooth pace all the way down. There is a tendency to skid out of control on the way down, jumping from attic to lobby and spending a great deal of time in the basement. Repeat the exercise several times until you are familiar with the idea. Points to look out for. The power that moves the elevator comes from the sub-basement, whether starting from the bottom or the top. If you feel you are running out of power halfway up or down, don't squeeze the last volt out. Get a fresh boost from below. This is not an exercise to test how long you can sustain one breath. Let your attention be on the accuracy of the image and the sensory perception of resonance. Let pitch be a byproduct of these. Step 2. Having visited the resonating chambers of your body, now deal with your range carelessly and freely. Drop down your spine very quickly and build up as quickly. The drop down goes in 2 unequal stages. A sudden, heavy drop on the head and a quick undoing of the spine. Make sure your knees bend as you do this or you will be thrown off balance. The build-up starts as a rebound from the sudden drop, goes fast up the spine, the head floating up last. Standing, start the hay at the bottom of your range in your belly. Drop your head and begin to go up through your range as you drop down through the spine. Let the ascending pitch and the descending spine accelerate so that the sudden bumpy drop at the bottom expels the top part of the range out through the top of your head very freely towards gravity. New breath. Start the hay at the top of your range. Build your spine as the sound travels down through the range, arriving in your belly by the time your head floats up on top of your spine. Go up the range as you go down the spine. Go down the range as you go up the spine. Being aware of the following. Mentally take advantage of gravity to allow the top of your range to go higher in pitch each time you drop down. Think of the sound as falling upward out of your skull. Be loose, free, careless. The bump as you suddenly drop down should shock the sound upward. Don't hold on to the top note. Let it swoop out giddily. Don't drop too serious an attitude to the exercise or you will destroy its purpose. A useful picture to play with is that when you are standing, the hay starts in your tailbone and travels up your spine to your head where it escapes through a hole at the top. When you are upside down, it starts under the ground, then flows from your head down to the tailbone again by the time you are upright. Step 3. Lie on your back on the floor and travel slowly through the range, examining and relishing all the rungs of the resonating ladder. Again, the spinal picture can be useful. This time, while supine, think of the spine as a railroad track and the sound as a train traveling from the tailbone depot to the topmost vertebrae terminal and vice versa. In this position, you can really check that you are moving through your whole range of your voice using only your mind and your breath. You do not need to open your mouth wider as you go higher or lower. You do not need to push with your throat muscles to reach the high notes. You do not need to press your head back or lift your eyebrows. Thought and breath are all you need. The resonating spaces are built in. Step 4. Stand up and repeat steps 1 and 2 with the awareness of step 3. Hey. Step 5. Go through your range of bottom to top and top to bottom on hey. Bounce your knees, bounce your shoulder blades, blow through your lips, shake your jaw, loosen your tongue. Practice daily in the conjunction with the workout plan. Workday 17. Skull resonator, high intensity, playing the dome. Prepare to work for 1 hour. In step 1 of this lesson, we will link the range freeing process with the skull exploration exercises. I am going to reintroduce a concept here that can be very useful if grasped clearly. In step 2 of the previous lessons, the physical process of the suddenly dropping your body upside down propelled the sound up in pitch without obvious muscular effort. All your abdominal muscles should have felt totally relaxed at that point, with the diaphragm dropping through your ribcage. It should be clear that you do not need extra muscle power to support a high sound, yet extra energy has to be generated. Repeat step 2 of the previous lesson. Then, remaining upright, consciously transfer the physical energy of dropping down into mental energy that imagines gravity existing in the sky. Release the hay from the bottom to top of your range. The physical energy generated by a body dropping through space in response to gravity is great. The mind can use the experience of such release to generate mental energy that is as great as, if not greater than, the physical energy. This means that high sounds can be produced with very little extra work in observable muscles. High notes are produced through increased aerodynamic pressure between the breath and the vocal folds. This increase in pressure is created by increased effort in the breathing musculature and the laryngeal musculature. The danger is that anatomical knowledge encourages effort in the form of conscious abdominal support, thus spoiling the delicate balance of energies on the involuntary level of neurophysical response. Economy of effort is essential to truthful results. To put it another way, as soon as the abdominal muscles pull in, push out, or do something to boost sound, they substitute a physical effort for mental energy. Mental energy in the high part of the voice usually implies emotional energy, so muscular substitution would be a critically false intrusion. Step 1. Drop down your spine quickly. Move through your range on a long hey. Register the topmost sound that flies out through the attic when you are upside down. It should by now be a high falsetto sound for both men and women. Allow a new breath and, still upside down, release a high falsetto key on the same pitch as your voice was in the attic. Move it out through the trap door in the door of your head to gravity. The key can be something like a yodel and should not be sustained on one note for too long. Relax and slowly build up the spine without sound. When you are upright, release the high falsetto key again. You should feel it ring into the dome of the skull. Key, breath, key, breath, key. Men should start a little lower in pitch, but most can go as high as the preceding suggested pitches. As a variation for a greater flexibility, think of the following pattern as a quick, light oscillation in the falsetto range. Key, key. In response to the lively mental energy needed to create these sounds, you will feel a lively breath reaction in the center of your diaphragm. Let that happen, but don't add to it. Don't add any extra pull from the external abdominal wall muscles. The abdominal wall will move, but with a passive strength, pulled from inside as the diaphragm releases up. It is necessary to know the difference between a strong physical movement that is active on the muscular level and a strong physical movement that is reactive on the involuntary level. The muscles should respond from inside, but because everything is connected, the outside abdominal wall will move too. The internal breathing musculature is stimulated by powerful impulses into powerful activity, and the energy thus generated is of a different quality from that produced by effort in the large external muscles of the rectus abdominis. Step 2. Inject the impulse of the thought of a high falsetto key, such as you created in Step 1, but this time whisper it. The strong thought impulse will arouse a strong response from the center of your diaphragm, releasing a strong breath hissing through your front teeth. Whisper key several times, concentrating on reproducing the thought of the falsetto pitch and allowing the body to react to that thought with appropriate energy. Use a new thought impulse and a new breath impulse each time. Then voice the impulse, dealing with thought, breath, and inner energy and allowing the sound to be a byproduct of them. Repeat on ascending pitches, alternating the whispered and voiced keys. Feel the sound ringing around the dome of your skull. When you fully commit to the strong thought impulse, you are dedicating communicative energy to cause. Step 3. Drop your voice down to the bottom of your range and, with your mind relaxed, let your breath rumble deep into your chest resonance on hey. You may find that resultant sound is deeper than before as your vocal folds relax more fully after their unaccustomed stretching. Step 4. Experiment with calling on hey as high as you can without slipping into falsetto. Men, particularly, can find a strong ringing sound that has an intense existence in the top of the dome of the skull and is easy to maintain there once it is free of the throat and connected to appropriately strong energy from the energy breath center. Women can experience with a high falsetto key, extending the range into mouse-like squeaks. Do this lightly and playfully, swooping the sounds, never holding on to the last or first note, letting the energy spring as though from a jack-in-the-box from the center of the body. Your first objective in working to free the very top of your range is to remove fears and dissolve the boundaries that skirt unfamiliar territory. The quality of the sound is irrelevant. Although the vocal folds strengthen and the throat frees, you will develop excellent raw material for a soprano or tenor voice and rich countertenor quality. But beauty must wait. Falsetto work increases the elasticity and the strength of the vocal folds and the breathing muscles. This part of the range is scientifically referred to as the loft register. Above is the whistle register. It is useful for both men and women's voices because the whole range will benefit from such strengthening if it is done as the final part of a well-balanced workout on the voice. Men are no longer as culturally averse to experimenting with the falsetto part of their voice as they used to be, although some still make a subconscious protest at its unmanliness by being unable to find it. Similarly, many women still feel subconsciously that chest resonance is not for them, preferring the feminine appeal of their upper register. A man can compete easily with a woman's soprano range and develop at least 2 octaves in a falsetto that is mellow and unforced. For both men and women, work in the high falsetto skull resonating area develops flexibility and strength in the rest of the voice. It also removes inhibitions, releases powerful energies, and provides a familiarity with intense vibrations of feeling and sound. This allows the expression of emotional extremes with ease, without trauma, and without straining the voice. As with all the exercises suggested so far, these top-of-the-skull sounds should be done in context, and their context is the top of the resonating ladder. You should not plunge into any of the high sounds until you have thoroughly limbered up the voice. I strongly recommend that you develop a sequence of exercises that takes you from the conscious physical relaxation through all the steps laid out thus far, and that you are faithful to this progression. Do not alter the sequence or make arbitrary jumps within it until you are quite sure of what you are doing. In the beginning, it may seem non-organic. Your body and your voice may tell you that you don't need such and such an exercise. Unfortunately, your instinct may be some ingrained crafty habit fighting to maintain your vocal status quo. If you doggedly persist in doing the most unpopular exercises among with the others, you will regularly cover every aspect of the whole. It is easy to become enamored with your chest resonance, your middle resonance, even your falsetto, and if you don't give any one area more time than any other areas, you will end up with an unbalanced and inflexible voice as you have previously had. Practice daily in conjunction with a workout plan. Workday 18. Exercising your range, strength, flexibility, freedom, swinging. Prepare to work for 1 hour. Now that you have experienced the freedom and expansion of your breathing, the embodiment of sound, the release and amplification of vibrations, the relaxation of jaw, tongue, and soft palate that liberates the channel, and the full gamut of your resonating apparatus, you are ready to enter the gymnasium of your voice, flex its muscles, and tap into the inherent joy of the 3 to 4 octaves of speaking and singing notes that are your birthright. I will now introduce you to the arpeggio, and then suggest ways in which you and the arpeggio can play together in dozens of different liberating games. The arpeggio is the triad's big sister or big brother. It goes farther, it swings more, it swoops and has no fear. It goes out on a limb, but always comes back home. The triad covers 5 full notes, or pitches. The arpeggio covers 8. They both enjoy more freedom than a scale, which carefully moves by step, so you can let yourself go on them. The main reason to play with arpeggios is to be free. You can familiarize yourself with the pattern of sounds on a long, easy hey, yay, 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 and then let go at any sense of staying in tune or of singing. It is a longer sentence, a longer, bolder thought, and it sighs out of you on a long horizontal path. You can throw an arpeggio out of you as though it were a yo-yo that it moves horizontally out the end of the string and then reels back into your hand. The key sounds are the home notes at the beginning and at the end, and the farthest out, or top, note. You can picture your voice on a swing, swooping and flying. When you are familiar with the arpeggio, you can check your voice for relaxation and freedom. Take your time. These ideas for developing freedom, strength, and range can be read very quickly, but in practice, they should be slowly and repetitively savored. Step 1. First, explore the deep, relaxing pitches. Sing out on an arpeggio. Bounce your knees. Going down in pitch, sing out on arpeggio. Bounce your shoulder blades. Sigh out on an arpeggio all the time. Roll your neck around. Then begin to go up in pitch on sighing out on repeated arpeggios. Hold your jaw firm with your fingers and thumbs and shake it loose. Sighing out on arpeggios, shake your tongue loose. This will result in sighing out on arpeggios, stretch your soft palate on ngang 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 ngang. Return to hey. Releasing higher and higher in the pitches. Sigh out on arpeggios while dropping your spine down so that you are hanging head down and the sound is dropping to gravity through the top of your head. Then slowly come back up your spine on descending arpeggios. Bounce your knees when you reach the top so that you do not become dizzy. Blow through your lips, through the arpeggio. On descending arpeggios, drop your spine down and then sink into a squat. Picture the sound sighing from your tailbone over your spine and through the top of your head. Put your hands behind you on the floor. Lower your buttocks to the floor. Roll down your spine until you are lying flat on the floor, knees up. Drop your knees over into the diagonal stretch and sigh the arpeggios out from your lower hip socket out along the wide diagonal river channel from the hip socket to shoulder socket. Repeat on the other diagonal. Roll again out to your back. With a picture of the two hip sockets and the wide pelvic basin full of breath and sound, sigh out the arpeggios. Add a clear picture now of your resonating chambers. See the deeper sounds rumbling through your chest. Then, as the arpeggios go higher, visualize your bony mouth cave resonator, the sinus cheekbone front of your face and nose resonators, and the free swoop up into the skull resonator. Reminder, this is not singing, it is freeing, releasing, and sighing. Maintain a clear picture of the diaphragm's steady, silky parachute-like release through the rib cage on the outgoing sound, and its sudden drop to allow breath to fly in. If you start to push, then you know what to do. Loosen your tongue, loosen your jaw, open your soft palate, and sigh from deeper down. Roll onto your belly and sigh out arpeggios on he. Be aware of your axis to the lower back and side ribs. On arpeggios, do the haze again and roll over to the folded leaf. Rock up on all fours. Sigh the arpeggio out along your arching spine. Hanging head downward, build up your spine on descending arpeggios. When the single arpeggio begin to seem easy, double them. 2 arpeggios on one breath, then 3. Exercise your capacity by increasing the demand and expanding the thought. 3 arpeggios are a longer thought, and this longer thought enters, it stimulates a greater response in the intercostal and lower back spaces, and it draws more breath. You don't have to sustain the breath. You have to think the long thought, and your breath will last. Some other suggested physical activities to help free the extended voice from the body. Swings. A swing of any sort uses gravity and momentum and generates natural energy. Arm swings and leg swings are wonderfully helpful as a reliable means of releasing genuine energy. But you must be aware when you enter into them in order to ensure maximum effect. Once the general principle is grasped, variations on swings are easy to follow. Lateral arm swings. With the last exercise, I said, these ideas for developing freedom, strength, and range can be read very quickly. But in practice, they should be slowly and repetitively savored. With the next exercise, I urge you to read the instructions slowly and carefully absorb them. Then give into the rush and natural fast pace of the movements. Step 1. Start with your arms extended from your shoulders at right angles to your torso. Your feet should be underneath your hip sockets, and your spine should remain in a straight vertical line. There may be a temptation to let your spine undulate slightly in the course of the swings, or to lean forward. Keep it absolutely plump, vertical to gravity. Now, let your arms drop suddenly to your sides so that you tune into the force of gravity. Float your arms back to the original position, and this time, as they drop, let them fall across the front of your torso, where they will swing a couple of times before coming to rest. Don't let your upper spine drop as your arms drop. Keep your spine long and make sure that you are letting go completely in your shoulder sockets so that the experience is isolated in your arms. Float your arms up and away from your sides. This time, as they drop, let your knees bounce so that your arms are offered extra energy to swing back up to their original position. Then, drop arms to your sides again. The picture now is that your arms drop and your knees give in to gravity. Then, as your knees rebound to the momentum from gravity, the momentum surges vertically up from the legs through the spine and then out horizontally through your arms and your fingertips. As you swing, make sure that you do not lean forward. Your spine is vertical. As your arms drop across your body and out again, feel the movement in your shoulder blades. Now, let your arms drop and your knees give in to gravity. And as your knees rebound from the momentum of gravity, let energy surge up from your legs through your spine and then out horizontally through your arms and to your fingertips. Continue by letting your arms drop across your body and immediately let momentum swing them back out to your sides and drop again across your body. The effect of gravity and momentum continues into an ongoing swing. You now have the opportunity to enter an experience close to that of perpetual motion. You can never drain gravity of its magnetic force. Momentum is the flip side of gravity. If you can really drop your arms and release your knees to gravity, if you can catch a ride on the resulting momentum, if you can drop again and ride again, it will seem as if you can go on forever. You're making no effort. You are capitalizing on a natural force. Let your mind yield to the fun of the swings and go along for the ride. Otherwise, it will try to control the whole affair. Give the control over to gravity and momentum. Step 2. You are now going to start an arpeggio when your arms are out to the sides and allow your arms to swing to help release the sound. Continue the picture of energy coming from under the ground in reaction to your arm drop, rushing vertically on momentum up the spine and laterally out through your arms and fingertips. But now that energy is voice, the rhythm should emerge organically. The first hey and the top hey happen when your arms are out. The last note happens as the arms swing for the second time across the body. Then the breath goes in as the arms swing out for the third time. The arm swings have an inevitably steady rhythm and the arpeggio follows. Do not hold on to the last note of the arpeggio or you will miss the opportunity for your breath to fly in automatically as your arms swing out. The arpeggio releases on one long unbroken sound. Be sure that your voice is unified with the physical experience. Your voice falls to gravity with your arms and flies out horizontally through the arms and your fingertips as they swing sideways. Your voice, your body, your mind, gravity, and momentum are a single thing. Leg swings. You can balance yourself for leg swings by holding the back of the chair with your left hand when swinging the right leg and vice versa. Step 1. Bring your right knee up until your thigh is parallel with the ground. Let your lower leg dangle loosely from your knee. Keep your spine long with the feeling of lifting the weight from your torso up off the left leg. Picture your hip socket. Drop your leg from the knee, letting it swing in an arc behind you, and immediately swing back to the front and then drop the foot easily on the floor. As the leg swings forward and back, the foot should brush gently over the floor. There should be no tension in the calf, ankle, or foot muscles. The activity is in the thigh, with the top of the thigh bone rocking in the hip socket. Keep talking to your knee. Don't let your foot take over. The knee joint should remain more or less at a right angle with the thigh bone throughout. Repeat with the left leg. The message to the leg is go away. You are releasing the leg from its obligation to the torso, letting up the hip socket and undoing any holding tension that may lurk there. Step 2. Leg swings with arpeggios. The arpeggio starts in the lower belly and is thrown down into the leg with the leg swing. The first hey note releases on the down and back swing. The top hey note comes as the knee swings back up the front, and the last hey happens on the down and back swing. This allows your breath to be placed automatically as your knee swings forward again. As your knee swings forward and up, the lower back is lengthened and the breath flies in. Really see the voice going down the leg and out through the foot. Repeat several times with each leg on ascending and descending pitches. Although I have broken up the hey as I describe these exercises, all the arpeggios are always on one long, unbroken sound. Secret tension often lurk in the shoulders and hip joints. Well-executed swings will help release these tensions and allow impulses to run unimpeded throughout the central nervous system, from your fingertips to toes. The two-way street between your body and mind means that as the arms and legs let go, so will concomitant inhibitions in the mind. Practice daily in conjunction with the workout plan. Workday 19, 20, 21, and thereafter. Articulating the voice into words, consonants and vowels, voice joints. The word articulation means jointedness. Articulated is jointed or having joints. Such a definition is the least ambiguous way to describe the process by which vibrations flowing out through the mouth are cut up into words and become speech. It is an oversimplified account of the complex activity that transforms thoughts into speech. But the simple definition is the safest here as we move into the realm of words because we want to preserve the widest possible range of individuality for speakers. It is from the uniqueness of each individual that rich and creative communication comes. Freedom should be the foundation of that communication. If speech is the natural exercise of the vocal organs, oral expression of thought or feeling, as the Oxford English Dictionary defines it, then rules of correct speech do not have any place in the free development of such a natural ability. As long as there is a sensitive connection between the mind and the organs of speech, the natural ability develops as the mind develops. The exercises in this chapter will deal with speech only through its connectedness with mind. The muscles that articulate words must be freed from limiting conditions and made responsive to the agile enough to reflect the agility of the mind. No standards of correct speech will be suggested. Such standards last longer between the covers of a book than on the tongues of the living people. They are a lost cause because live communication will not sit still and behave. Much of what has been optimistically labeled standard American, transatlantic speech, standard English, or even received. Pronunciation is largely a reflection of class consciousness. An aesthetic rule of thumb, these attempts are doomed to failure. We must be flexible and multifaceted, becoming fluent in different ways of speaking, in order to hold the mirror up to a multi-dialectal community. Further, we should rejoice in and preserve the rich diversity of sounds that are rooted in different regions and cultures. Lest the alternative to standards seems to be anarchy, I would emphasize that communication through speech involves not only a speaker but also a hearer. If, therefore, what is said is incomprehensible, however satisfying the speaker finds the saying of it, it fails as communication. Anything that distorts the message must yield to comprehension, be it a personal rhythm that quarrels with the rhythm of the text, a vocal mannerism that leads attention away from the content of what is being said, an accent of such an extreme nature that the listener is always translating, or a lushy, beautiful voice whose music is all that can be heard. The one attribute necessary for dealing with such distortions is sensitivity. Any piece of good writing has its own palpable rhythm, texture, and style. A sensitive interpreter will allow that rhythm to alter personal rhythms, will absorb the different textures to color and to the voice differently, and will let the style shape and transform delivery. A sensitive performer, whether interpreting a text or not, will want a voice that serves the desire to communicate. The exercises in this book are dedicated to that end. Those speakers who are relaxed enough to be able to hear what is going on around them and who respect an audience of one or many will adapt even the most extreme regional accent to a point where communication is effected without sacrificing individuality. Many accents owe their definitive regionalism to a configuration of mouth muscles that traps the voice in one particular place. The nasality of the Midwest or New York accent derives from a habitual posture in the back of the tongue and soft palate. A Southern drawl gives all the responsibility for speech to the jaw and leaves the tongue lying dormant. The South Kensington drawing room accent exploits a tiny portion of the tongue and the lips and an overdeveloped upper register to communicate as little as possible from below the neck. These habits of mind and muscles have developed under the limited conditioning of one environment. Rigid extremes are inevitably modified as new interior and exterior movements are employed. Once the whole potential of a voice, its 3 to 4 octave range, endless harmonics, and unlimited textural quality is freed, changing styles become available to changing content. The only limitations are of talent, imagination, or life experience. Our exploration of articulation will offer suggestions for the most economical use of the articulating musculature. In this economy lies the potential for a sensitive connection between mind and matter. With agile lips and tongue free from the constrictions of habit, the one criterion for speaking clearly becomes clear thinking. The articulating surfaces. The most frequently used articulating agents are the front or blade of the tongue, the middle of the tongue, and the back of the tongue, and the surfaces above that a tongue most naturally touches. All the other articulation comes from the two lips in variation forms of contact, occasional contact between the top teeth and the bottom lip, and the protrusion of the very tip of the tongue between the teeth for th. For all words to be formed in such a small space, the articulating muscles must perform with energy, precision, and delicate teamwork of a miniature acrobatic troupe. As with the breathing and laryngeal musculature, the coordination of muscle movements that mold vowel shapes while chopping them into consonants is too subtle and complex for conscious manipulation to do a better job than involuntary control. Once more, in the interest of an individual reflection of the mind, we must do no more than free the muscles from tension, limber them up, and leave them to be played on by clear thought impulse. The initial work to be done is to exercise the separate articulating agents with the consonants that stimulate them. Consonants. Lips. Step 1. Use a mirror to make sure that the message you are sending arrives in the intended muscles. Focus your attention on the whole of your top lip. Move your lip up and down as in a sneer that lifts the top lip, exposing the top teeth and then stops, dropping the lip. Leave the bottom lip relaxed and isolate the top lip activity. Repeat several times. The muscles that move the lip in a sneer run from the nostrils through the mustache area. Let your top lip relax and turn your attention to your bottom lip. Keep your teeth together so that your jaw is out of commission, and pull your bottom lip down to expose your bottom teeth. Then relax the muscles to allow the tip to spring up. The activating muscles run down into the chin. Differentiate between movement in the jaw and movement in the jaw and movement in the chin musculature. The jawbone must remain immobile during the exercise and all the lip and tongue exercises that follow. Blow out through your lips to relax them. Repeat the movements several times. Top lip, lift, drop, lift, drop, lift, drop. Bottom lip, pull down, release, pull down, release. Blow out through both lips. Step 2. Stretch your lips sideways as wide as you can into a grin. Then push them forward into as pursed a pout as you can. Stretch sideways, push forward, keeping your teeth together and your lips apart. Repeat several times and then blow out through your lips to relax them. Put your fingers into the corners of your mouth and pull them to the sides. Let them go exactly as stretched elastic bands let go. Blow out through your lips. Repeat steps 1 and 2 several times. These are limbering exercises for the general musculature of the top and bottom lips. More specific sets of muscles are employed in the forming in forming consonants. Developing the independence of these muscles and from those of the jaw is of prime importance. When the teeth are together, the jaw is immobilized and the articulators must take over. Repeat steps 1 and 2, alternating teeth together and teeth apart to develop the independence response of the lip muscles. When the teeth are apart, the jaw remains quite relaxed and immobile as the lips move. It is important that as you concentrate on articulation, you don't lose your freedom or cut yourself off from your connection with breath impulse. There is a tendency, when working on the lips and tongue, to lose the free flow of breath and vibration so that the sound starts in your mouth. Articulation should involve an increased sphere of awareness, one that encompasses the source of sound along with the agents that handle the sound. Otherwise, there is nothing to articulate, just a series of isolated joints. Such disjointedness is quite common. It accounts for those actors whose diction is flawless, but who remains unintelligible despite the fact that every word is crystal clear. Overdeveloped muscles of the lip and the tongue can destroy the balance between voice and articulation that it is essential to full communication. Step 3. Sigh out a hum and move your lips around on the hum, tasting the vibrations. Now play with the vibrations. Catch them and release them to explore a sense of the lips handling and the vibrations and passing them on to the outside. Your lips are like jugglers tossing many balls in the air. Getting faster, bounce the vibrations off your lips. Try the following rhythm. Now change the shape of the streams of vibrations as they leave your lips. Me, me. Make sure the E comes out through your mouth. M is a nasal consonant and there will be a tendency for accompanying vowels to go into your nose. This tendency can be counteracted by your having a sure picture of the forward flow of vibrations through your mouth and by checking to see that your tongue is relaxed. Change the shape again. May, may, may. Me, 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 may, may, may. Change the shape of the escaping vibrations again. Ma, 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 me, 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 may, 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 ma, ma, ma. Observe that your lips do not have to change their behavior as the vowel changes. They can still go up and down, generating vibrations and passing them on. The E, A, and A are made automatically as you think them. The back of the tongue moves subtly from a relatively high position toward the soft palate for the E, toward a flat, relaxed position for the A. For the time being, let the vowels look after themselves and focus your attention on the sensory experience of consonants. Practice the slow sensual connection between relaxed lips and the vibrations. Me, 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 may, 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 ma, ma, ma. Explore the relationship of your lip surfaces out to the vibrations. Don't think about consonants, just listen. The wet part of your lips make contact, and the muscles involved are minimal, stimulated by the vibrations. Make no unnecessary effort that could tighten the lips and kill vibrations. Now, changing the energy quality faster. Me, 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 may, may, ma, ma, ma. Then feed in changing rhythms. Me, 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 ma, ma, ma. Repeat 3 times. Me, 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 may, ma, 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 ma. Repeat 3 times. Me, 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 may, ma, 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 ma. Repeat 3 times and so on. Play with whatever rhythmic pattern you choose as long as you make a pattern that you can repeat clearly and accurately. Every other part of the body must be quite still and relaxed so that the lips can learn to be responsible and independent and the route from the brain to the lips become clearly defined. Step 4 will take you through a similar pattern of exercises on B. The same area of the lips is involved as for M, but the quality of the relationship to the vibrations will be different. The M is sustained compared to the B, which is explosive. Find the exact point of impact between the vibration and lip surface for the B sound, which provokes a small explosive reaction. Step 4. Let your lips touch each other. Don't anticipate the sound. Be aware of your relaxed lips, teeth just apart behind them, tongue quite loose inside the mouth, jaw relaxed. Now think the sound of the letter B. What muscles begin to respond? Don't say the sound yet. If you do this slowly enough, you may notice some unnecessary preliminary responses in parts of your mouth other than in your lips. For instance, it is not uncommon for the base of the tongue to tighten as a sort of springboard for the B, which results in an almost imperceptible glottal grunt just before the consonant occurs. This is not a very economical or crystalline rendition. Practice thinking the B directly into your lips. Think the sound B. Now lightly voice the B. The vibrations should catapult forward off the lips in a tiny explosion of sound that is not trapped anywhere in the throat. Feel and listen for the arrival point of the sound. If it is all labored or hoarse, then there will be too much tension in the channel for the sound to be free. Feel the tiny ball of vibrations fly forward off the lips. Play with that ball. Ba, ba, ba. Change the shape of the ball to something flat and thin. B, B, B. Change the shape again. Bay, bay, bay. Change it again. Ba, ba, ba. Leave the lips loose to respond to your thought. Don't make the lips work hard. Play with the explosions of vibrations, thus B, 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 bay, 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 ba, ba, ba. Then build the capacity of lip response to applying the pattern of exercise followed for M, increasing the pace and changing the rhythm. Tongue, front of mouth. We will leave the lips for a little and move on to the blade of the tongue. I differentiate between the tip of the tongue and the blade of the tongue in order to emphasize the most effective and natural parts of the articulating apparatus with which to produce D, T, S, Z, are all the surface of the tongue just from the back of the tip and the upper gum ridge, which is the hard bony rim between the front teeth and the dome of this roof of the mouth. When the tongue in repose swells to fill the mouth cavity, its edges touch the teeth all the way round, and the surface touches the hard palate from front to back. The part of the front of the tongue that naturally meets the front upper gum ridge is the part of the exercise for forward tongue consonants. In order to isolate the area and strengthen it, there are some exercises that make exaggerated use of the tongue's muscle outside the mouth so that when it relaxes back into the mouth, it can perform with greater ease. Step 5. Let the tongue slide loosely forward until the tip lies on the lower lip. Use a mirror to check that it is broad and thick and can lie there without any movement. If it is narrow and pointed, thin and flat, or moves, it is not relaxed. Lift the front of the tongue up to touch the top lip and then bend it down to touch the lower lip as though they were a hinge about half an inch back from the tip that gives precise mobility. Move it up and down, specifically touching top and bottom lip. Move the tongue from side to side, outside the mouth, touching the corners of the mouth. Make sure the jaw doesn't swing with it. Alternate the last two movements several times. Then stretch and relax the tongue. Tip behind the bottom teeth. Release the front of the tongue once more out on the lower lip. Then lift it as before to touch the top lip and, this time, find vibrations between the lip and the tongue to make the sound L as the tongue drops. It's as though you were speaking with your tongue outside your mouth, saying la la la, with the front of the tongue and the top lip. Let the tongue touch the lower lip again after each l sound. Repeat this tongue to lip movement going through the sequence of vowel shapes previously used, all outside the mouth against the top lip, slowly and deliberately. Li li li, lay lay lay, la la la. Then let the tongue slip inside the mouth and quickly and easily repeat the sequence. This time, the tongue patting the upper gum ridge for the L's. Li li li, le le le, la la la. Alternate the last two exercises. Outside the mouth slowly, inside the mouth quickly. It should be that the L's inside the mouth happen without any effort because the tongue has relaxed after the exaggerated stretching work outside of the mouth. Build the capacity for quick, lively tongue response on L as you did with the lips on B and M. Gradually increase the pace and add changing rhythms. Now explore the quality of action needed in the tongue to produce D. The blade meets the upper gum ridge and propels the vibrations forward, and the tongue drops away. D, 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 day, 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 da, da, da. The D strengthens and limbers the tongue even more than the L because of the stronger impact between the articulating surfaces needed to explore the vibrations for this strong consonant. Note the similar quality of handling that the vibrations receive for B and D. For a true result, it is essential that you really feel the vibrations between the surfaces. It is all too easy to have agile lips or a tongue producing what is in effect a heavy P or T, while the vibrations of sound remain back in the throat. Follow the same instructions to explore the sound N. This, obviously, is in the same family as M, a nasal consonant. The blade of the tongue in this contact with the upper gum ridge in the front of the mouth, blocking the mouth exit so that the sound comes out through the nose. As soon as the blade of the tongue goes down, the vowels following the consonant can and must escape through the mouth. Ni, 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 nay, 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 na, na, na. Alternate the mi, mi, mi sequence and the ne, 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 ni, ni, ni sequence, N and M. Tongue, back of tongue. Step 6. In order to exercise the third main articulating area, you must isolate an area where the back of the tongue makes contact with the back of the hard palate just in front of the uvula. Keeping the tip of the tongue firmly in contact with the back of the bottom teeth, yawn. In the middle of the yawn, bring the back of the tongue up to touch the tongue. In the middle of the yawn, bring the back of the tongue up to touch the back of the hard palate, just in front of the soft palate, interrupting the yawn to say as the end of sing. Repeat the yawn and lengthen the Then take the back of the tongue away from the soft palate while continuing the sound that should automatically turn into ah. Using a yawn stretch without actually yawning, repeat the back of the tongue movement up and down with sound to make nga, nga, etc. This consonant is again in the family of nasal consonants. Relax the mouth and throat. Exercise the back of the tongue with the same pattern of sounds as before. Ngi, 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 nge, 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 nga, nga, nga. Alternate the lips, front of tongue, back of tongue sequences. Mi, 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 may, may, ma, ma, ni, ni, nay, na, na. Ngi, ngi, nge, nga. Play with changing rhythms. With the back of the tongue, this time hitting sharply but lightly against the hard palate just in front of the soft palate, explode vibrations that have the same quality as B and D. If you follow this instruction accurately and calmly, you should arrive at the consonant G, which belongs to the same explosive family as B and D. Follow the by now familiar pattern of exercises from G, G, G through G, 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 Ga, 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 making sure that the tip of the tongue stays relaxed behind the bottom teeth. Make sure the jaw stays out of the way, relaxed and still. Finally, put together a sequence of exercises from lips to front of tongue to back of tongue to front of tongue to lips. This exercise should be used as regularly as brushing your teeth to keep the whole set of articulators agile. From tips to front of tongue. Ba da da da, ba da ba da ba da. From front of tongue to lips. Da ba da ba da ba. Slowly, then gradually, gathering speed, alternate starting with the lips and starting with the tongue. Then, from back of tongue to front of tongue. Ga da ga da ga da. From front of tongue to back of tongue. Da ga da ga da ga. Slowly first, then gathering speed. Begin alternately with the back of the tongue and the front of the tongue. From lips to front of tongue to back of tongue. Ba da ga ba da ga ba da ga ba da ga. From back of tongue to front of tongue to lips. Ga da ba ga da ba ga da ba. Work it out slowly at first, then gather speed. Precision and clarity are the criteria here. Sigh the vibrations freely out from the center of the diaphragm through these exercises so that there is a steady stream of sound for the mouth to handle. These consonants can easily become clipped and dead unless you pay great attention to the connection of your voice with the articulating surfaces. As you become familiar with the b, d, g, d, you may find them going into a railway train rhythm. Exploit that or any other rhythmic patterns that occur to enliven the exercise. Play with the b, d, g, d, and their variants on scale, arpeggios, or songs, always being aware of the sigh of sound from the center of the diaphragm that is not inhibited by consonants but is handled by them. Explore your range from chest resonance to falsetto using b, d, b, d, s, d, b, d, bs, g, d, g, d, d, g, d, g, b, d, g, d, g, b, g, d, b, d, all the way from the bottom of the top and back down, sighing out without skipping any of the rungs of the resonating letter. Improvise conversations using only bd, db, gd, dg, bd, and gd. Improvise questions and answers. Improvise political arguments. Improvise love scenes. Improvise shopping expeditions, and so on, all expressed solely through these word sounds. While doing these improvisations, occasionally check with your partner or with a mirror to see whether your eyebrows are being unnecessarily active. Leave them relaxed. Make sure your head does not poke forward. Often energy is intended for the articulating muscles is picked up and rerouted through the eyebrows, the hands, the shoulders, or a nodding head. All movements in these areas should be regarded as extraneous for the moment, and expression channel exclusively into the breathing area and the mouth. Eventually, hands and shoulders might enhance communication, but for now, encourage responsibility in the lips and tongue and leave other areas relaxed. As I've mentioned before, movement in the eyebrows is almost always a substitute for a lively articulation or soft palate response. Only a few specific feelings need the eyebrows for expression. A very incredulous question, considerable surprise, frowning. Excessive eyebrow raising always robs the voice. The brows go up instead of the pitch. They wiggle when lips should be the ones dancing. Step 8. Follow the patterns described in Step 5 with a combination of the nasal consonants. M, mana, 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 nama, 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 nga na nga na nga na, na nga na nga na nga, ma na nga na ma na nga na, nga na ma na nga na ma na. Send all the out sounds through the mouth. Only the consonants are nasal. Follow the same patterns and rhythms of exercises. Step 9. Whispering P, T, and K. These are unvoiced equivalents of B, D, and G, exploding breaths this time instead of vibrations. No voice, whispered. With this exercise, you can clearly check the freedom of the breath. It should not be heard in the throat, but should lightly and transparently flick off the articulating surfaces. Nor should there be any sense of holding the breath back in the articulating surfaces. Nor should there be any sense of holding the breath back in attempting transparency. Sigh out with complete abandon from the center of your diaphragm and insist that the lips and tongue catch and deal with the breath as it flies through the mouth. If there is no tension in the throat and a genuinely free contact between the breath and articulators, you may experience a fluttering sensation in the diaphragm. This is a useful guide to the purity of connection between the mouth and the center. The flutter is created by the quick, repeated minute stops on the breath applied by the lips and the tongue as they form p, t, and k. Be very sure that your tongue comes down sharply enough from the hard palate to create a clean, sharp t and k. If the tip goes too far forward onto the teeth, you will hear a sibilant sound almost like a ts. The voiced equivalent should be z. The tongue, both at the front and the back, must drop far enough away from the palate to create a space through which the breath can escape freely, not scraping or hissing through a narrow crevice. I will give only the briefest description of other English consonants, as they do not present much difficulty once the lips and tongue are freed and strong. I will explain where they are commonly formed for those who want to check their own effective usage. For those who have specific problem, as there are many books to deal with the details of speech and speech defects that are outside the scope of this overview. Other voiced consonants and their unvoiced equivalents. Lips, V and F. V is formed between the bottom lip and the top teeth as sound vibrates the lip against the teeth. V. F is the whispered equivalent, with a soft relationship between the lower lip and the top teeth because the breath provokes a gentler muscle response than vibrations. F. Tongue, Z and S. Z belongs to the same family as V, which is categorized as fricative and is formed between the front of the tongue and the upper gum ridge. To produce a really strong Z sound, try sticking the front of the tongue to the gum ridge, leaving the tip of the tongue just lightly touching the lower teeth, and insist that the thought of Z pushes a path of vibrations between the adhering surfaces. You will probably create Z to begin with, but use that to create a strong vibration and then cut out the D. Z, Z. S is the whispered unvoiced equivalent of S. If the voice is in relaxed S sound, it should naturally occur in the response of the S. A sibilant S is usually the result of tongue tension that pushes the tongue forward and onto the top teeth, where it funnels the breath through the cracks between the teeth, creating a hiss or a whistle, which can be very distracting to both the listener and the speaker. There is no one correct place for S to be formed, as there are so many vibrations in individual mouth structure. The best thing to do is use your ear to discover where an S that pleases you occurs in your mouth. Start with Start with your tongue relaxed and thick in the floor of the mouth. Then find the bit that most easily comes in contact with the rim of the gum ridge before it ascends into the dome of the roof of your mouth. If the tip of the tongue stays relaxed and you release a strong stream of breath out between the tongue surface and the upper ridge, a clear s should occur. If not, put the tip of the tongue down below the bottom teeth to touch the lower gum ridge. Keep it there. Practice a strong connection between the blade and the rib of the upper gum ridge with z, zay, za, with a long, clear, buzzing z sound. Then think z, but whisper the z, zay, za, and listen for the result that should occur like a strong s, z, zay, za. Now add vibrations to the vowels E and A while still thinking a whispered z. You should arrive at a strong si, se, sa. With the S sound that is different from your habitual one, it is up to you to find out where the difference lies in your mind and your mouth and breath. Tongue. Th and th. The th is voiced as in the and unvoiced as in both. Oh, so th and th. Belong to the same fricative family as VF and ZS and are formed with the tip of the tongue trying to get through a very sharp gap between the top and the bottom teeth. Th. Tongue. J and ch. ZJ and also sh. Pleasure and sh. J, sh. Y, R. Maverick sounds that made with the middle of the tongue almost rising as high as the dome in the roof of the mouth are J, J, and its unvoiced equivalent sh. Explosives. ZJ as in pleasure and its unvoiced equivalent sh. Fricatives and Y, which is a hybrid, half vowel, half consonant, Y, I. R is another maverick that answers to many rules and deserves a whole treatise. Here I will only express my personal opinion on the two controversial points of usage and say that the American R should be restrained from pulling the voice back in the throat, and the British actuary R should be banned as a trilled ornament in the device in classical speech, except for comic effect. R, 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 R. I don't know. Lips. W is another hybrid vowel consonant. Y, W, W. And you have exercised this consonant in the sinus work. There are all sorts of articulation games that can be played, and tongue twisters are very useful to exercise mental and articulative agility. Here are some very simple repetitions that you can practice. Step 10. I will give you a few examples of the repetition of a particular consonant in a little jingle, and then you can invent your own for all the other consonants. B. Billy Button bought a bunch of beautiful bananas. Visualize Billy. Picture the bananas. Tell the story. As you go faster, let the picture speed up. The purpose of the exercise is not to get mechanical as you go faster, but to increase the mental agility without separating words from meaning. Practice now using arpeggios and go higher on each repetition. Billy Button bought a bunch of beautiful bananas. Get someone to fire the following question at the end of each phrase and respond immediately with the emphasis confined in the initial consonant. Was it Joe Button? Answer, Billy Button brought a bunch, etc. Was question, Billy Smith, was it? Answer, Billy Button bought. Question, Billy stole the bananas? Answer, Billy Button bought. Question, did he buy one banana? Answer, Billy Button bought a bunch. Were the bananas rotten? Did he buy apples? This may drive you a bit crazy, but should stimulate the mind to deal with changing emphasis on economically and at speed. Go through the same process for G. Giddy goddesses gather together and gossip in garrulous groups. Add similar question to it. Were they silent? Politicians, were they? Was this goddess alone? Were they discussing their work? A white monosyllabic, probably. Just the two of them? D. Desperate Donald died the death of a dastardly drunken dog. M. Marvelous mammals mimic the murmurs of mundane minimal men. N. Nubile Nelly nilled the knees the nervous nautical nerds. L. Lily Langtry lay on the lawn and languidly, lavishly laughed. You can use this pattern to invent jingles for T and F and P and Z. You could also use the ever-practical Peter Piper. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? I like to use a whole scale for this tongue twister, which it fits very neatly into an ascending scale and then the descending scale. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, a peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Then speak it again, preferably in dialogue with someone else. Find ways of awakening more and more mental energy to justify the increased speed. Let skepticism grow to righteous anger at the unlikely story of Peter Piper ever having had the energy to pick a whole peck of pickled peppers in the first place, or take Mrs. Piper's anxiety at the non-return of her husband with the peppers required for dinner, or spread hasty, gleeful gossip about the possible scandal. In this way, you keep the agility of articulation constantly in touch with mental agility. You will discover that as long as you can think quickly enough, you will be able to speak as fast as you like. You will, however, only be able to think quickly enough if you maintain real relaxation through your body while your mind, your breath, your lips, and your tongue are stimulated. The more physical relaxation you sustain, the more mental focus you will be able to achieve. Vowels. I will discuss vowels first in terms of fantasy. For years, I believed that a voice scientist told me, and indeed that I had been shown with a special kind of laryngoscope, that vowel shapes are initially formed on the vocal folds themselves. Although I am now firmly informed that this is not so, I will persist in what I consider to be a creative mistake. My aim is to engender respect for vowels and a sensitivity of approach that will save them from distortion and colorless standardization. There is intrinsic music in the basic physical nature of vowel sounds. It begins when the vocal folds assume approximations of the shape of the vowels conceived in the speech cortex, thereby changing the resonating pitch, whether on breath or alone with vibration. A simple demonstration will give a model of this process. Push your lips forward into a pout and blow breath through them. Listen for pitch. Now stretch your lips into a grin and blow breath through them. Listen for pitch. Be sure your tongue is completely relaxed so that breath goes directly onto the lips. You should hear a definite low sound when the lips are forward and a high pitch when they are pulled sideways. The vocal folds, in response to the thought O, form a round shape roughly similar to the lip pout, creating in miniature the shape for a low resonating path. In response to the thought E, the folds are pulled close together, and air or vibrations going through the resultant narrow space create a higher pitch with that vowel. The main categories of vowels change the shape between the vocal folds, creating embryonic differences in their innate pitch. The subtleties of vowel differences need the soft palate, the pharyngeal walls, the tongue, and the lips for refined modification and molding. On the vocal fold level, the shaping of vowels is deeply rooted in the involuntary nervous system. In the interest of preserving such subtle musicality, the subsequent modifications must be highly sensitive. Any tension that clutches the breath will change its intrinsic pitch and depends for its existence on a free voice. This correlation of pitch and vowel does not mean that E cannot be said on a low note or O on a high note. The introduction of a chosen pitch or the influence of a mood that dictates another pitch is what creates harmonics of an interesting voice. Try the word sleep. First with an irritated command to a naughty child, go to sleep! There is a place in the vowel range that there is pure marriage between the E and the upper to middle resonance. A single foundational sound comes through that reflects both mood and vowel pitch. Now take the word sleep as though it were a hypnotic suggestion to be fed for its effectiveness through deep chest resonance. Listen for the low frequencies of the chest resonators harmonizing with a high frequency that is now of the vowel. This is the natural richness and texture of speech. It is easiest to hear in the harmonies with E than the pitch and vowel, where the pitch and vowel are unambiguous. The sharper listening needed for other vowels is good training. Try moon first with the luxurious appreciation of a big round red harvest moon, then natural low pitch of oo emerges. The natural low pitch of moo emerges with the image, creating a fundamental deep resonance. Look at the moon. Then try moon while quickly and excitedly pointing out the sliver of a new moon. The pitch of oo is low with harmonics coming in as the energy of the image carries the voice high. This is a very analytical description of a process that can only work spontaneously. Thus, the job is to render the muscles that pick up the motor impulses from the brain as free from tension and as subtle and sensitive as possible, which allows them to function involuntarily. The criterion for forming effective vowel sounds should be economy. Without economy, there is no sensitivity. Without sensitivity, there is no subtlety. Without subtlety, there is little music. Therefore, if you can make vowels without the use of the jaw, you should do so. The jaw is unnecessary in the formation of vowel sounds, though its movement will add resonance to them. If you have to move a large jawbone around in order to achieve different sounds, you are expending more energy than if you move only the tiny muscles of the jaw and the lips. Isolating the lips and the tongue from the jaw is important for clear speaking, but if you take this principle to an extreme, you might as well use one of the most pernicious props of the elocution brigade, the bone prop. This is an actual instrument about an inch high that the student is asked to place between the teeth and bite in order to keep the mouth open and jaw immobilized while the lips and tongue perform diction exercises. A cork is sometimes used to provide an even greater obstacle. I am sure that the actor who trains his or her diction thus will never effectively perform any part in a play. The only way in which the lips and tongue can function in such condition is with huge exaggeration. The diligent student will have to use gross mouthings, killing any hopes of natural music in speaking. This method can also program jaw tension, which can lead to throat tension and breathing tension. Let me repeat that clear diction comes from clear thinking. I have witnessed actors whose mouths are working elaborately, yet I have been unable to understand what they are saying. I have also witnessed actors who seem not to be articulating at all, and that I can hear and understand everything. Ultimately, the clarity of understanding is the result of clear and specific intentions on the part of the actor. Thus, for me, the basis for work on vowels is primarily the freeing process that has been detailed for liberating, developing, and sensitizing the whole voice so that it is capable of responding to specific thought intention. The ear can be safely trained to listen once you have a heightened awareness and a clear experience of the connection between yourself and your voice. Ear training then becomes a skill that enhances artistry rather than a way to judge yourself. Louis Collaney's book, The Joy of Phonetics, is a wonderful source for vowel, accent, and dialect work. The underlying philosophy of The Joy of Phonetics is the same as that which permeates freeing the natural voice. Collaney has developed ways of extending freedom and sensuality from voice into speech so that one need no longer divide voicing from speaking. Any systemized work that I do on vowels is based on the vowel scale in W.D. Aiken's book, The Voice. It is good for British sounds but needs some adjusting for American sounds. The great value of his book is that it is grounded in resonance and equates the vowel scale with resonator scale. I find, however, that less and less specific vowel work is necessary as the voice becomes freer and freer. As voice becomes a medium for language in the next section of the work, you will expand your consciousness into physical exploration of vowels and consonants as vital components of words rather than as a discrete discipline. Workout. The following is a way of working through the whole sequence of your voice exercises that have been taught to you so far. It emphasizes stimulated breathing and breathing power, and altered order of exercises, and a faster rhythm of work than before. 1. Generalized relaxation and physical awareness. 2. Ribcage stretching. 3. Vacuum in the lungs. 4. 4 big sighs, 6 medium sighs, anticipation panting on center. 5. Natural breathing awareness. Spend about 10 minutes on 1 through 5. 6. Touch of sound. 7. Ha-hum-mus on ascending and descending pitches at twice your normal speed. Ha-ha-hum. Let the breath drop in fast with an awareness of the springy center created by the panting. 8. Head and neck rolling and humming. Roll your neck fast in one direction, then a quick release inside for a new breath, then a fast roll in the other direction. Faster means freer neck muscles and several more rolls in one breath. 9. Dropping down the spine on a hum. A quick drop down, up and up, down and up. A quick drop down and up in one breath. Release the sound at the top. Drop down, giving into gravity, and bounce up from the bottom on the rebound. Repeat several times with knee bounces, shoulder bounces, etc. 10. Shake your jaw loose with sound. 11. Tongue exercises. Twice the speed and with a new rhythm. 12. Drop down, head downward, and do the tongue exercise on ascending pitches. 13. Stay upside down and pant loosely. 14. Start upside down on tongue exercises, then slowly build up your spine on hialas. Quick releases for a breath in between. 15. Rest. 16. The whole panting sequence. Slow, medium, fast. 17. Soft palate. Fast in and out on whispered k, k, at the speed of medium panting. The inner behavior of the diaphragm is the same during this soft palate exercise as during the 6 medium sighs of relief. Look for cooperation between the source and the channel. 18. Call across an imagined valley on high with the inner energy generated by 16. 19. Lengthen your neck and head back. Open your throat. Slow panting on whispered ha. Neck and head up. Medium panting on whispered ha. Let the puffs of a breath come straight from the center of the diaphragm to the roof of the mouth. Neck and head forward. Fast panting on whispered he's. Let the breath come sharply from the center of the diaphragm onto the teeth. Reverse the order. Forward, up, back, panting through the changing shapes. 20. Chest resonance. ha, mouth resonance, ha, teeth resonance, he. Reverse the order and repeat several times. 21. Call to free yourself on hey, shake it all out. 22. Vacuum the lungs. 23. Do a whole sequence of panting. 24. Sinus resonance. Do this alternately, massaging with your fingertips and moving the sinus muscles up and down, and alternately hanging head down and standing upright, mid to upper register pitches. 25. Nasal resonance. Do the fast panting with pleasurable anticipation, then use that energy to ping the vibrations into the nose bone, quickly across the cheekbones and freely out of the mouth. 26. Range from the bottom to top on hey. Range from top to bottom. Range from bottom to top to releasing into falsetto. 27. Fast, excited panting resulting in an impulse that sends the voice into your skull on falsetto. Key. 28. Fast falsetto going higher and higher with gathering excitement and instantaneous release from excitement for the ingoing breath. 29. Deep chest haze. 30. Range. Loosening tongue on ha-la-la-la, all the way from bottom to top and top to bottom. Range, loosening jaw with your hands throughout the sound. Range, shaking the whole body loose as sound travels from basement to attic to basement. Range, dropping down and up the spine several times on one breath. 31. Articulation. Limber up the lips and tongue without sound. Facial isolations. Corner of the lips forward and sideways on way, will you, and will you wait. Range on way, 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 from bottom to top and top to bottom. Bada, 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 bada. Gada, 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 gada. Bada, gada, bada, gada. Gada, bada, gada, bada. Speak it, singing on ascending and descending pitches. Do it through the range from top to bottom and bottom to top. Do it slowly, then as fast as possible. Improvise rhythms. Whisper. Pata, pata, pata. Kata, kata, kata. Pata, kata, pata, kata. Kata, pata, kata, pata. And other articulation exercises. 32. Speak a poem or a speech. Sing a song. You should study and learn the sequence of the exercises so that you can add variations to this workout without missing any elements. Make sure that the organic progression of energy release is maintained. You have a number of floor exercises to incorporate into the work, and you have swings and arpeggios to develop strength and freedom. This sort of workout should leave you feeling very wide awake, never tired. If you are tired, it means you have been pushing and have ignored the intrinsic energy in reflex action. Never breathe in. It is exhausting. Breath will replace naturally, and with the panting exercises, you have been developing natural agility and restoring the speed of natural reflexes.